Morning Spurs fans, or it is morning here, the sun's about to rise in Sydney. Welcome, hello, it's me, Paul the Hotspur hippie, the only psychedelic soccer channel on the internet. And don't give me this, don't call it soccer. If you were around in the 1950s, that's what you'd be saying too, because it's short for association football. And, you know, it alliterates. Psychedelic football doesn't sound as good. So I might have to think of another word beginning with an F sound. Anyway, I hope you're all well. We have got some like proper football fact to talk about today, as opposed to just football bollocks from all the Fleet Street meatheads, just speculating, earning money, just, there's nothing happening, I'll just say sources close to, blah, 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 absolute hogwash. I did a stream on the Irish Hotspur about this last night with David Harris and Phil Brady and Dermot from THFC Till I Die, top channel there. I see Dermot's been a bit creative. They've made themselves a nice little new logo, and I think he looks pretty classy actually. Well done, Dermot, or whoever did that. It's probably Dermot. He's a pretty creative guy, you know. And we'll probably get onto it as I just uncomfortably change where the camera is. Yeah. So David. I tell you what, man. David was full on grassy knoll. We didn't land on the moon. Conspiracy theories abounding. Everyone's out to get us. The Premier League's out to get us. The media's out to get us. Everyone hates Tottenham Hotspur. Well, you know what? I'm with him. I want a bit of a siege mentality. I want it to be us versus them. I want us to, you know, to thrive on that dislike, so that when we triumph, which we will, because don't ever forget, no matter what everyone says, even that little Chelsea twat on Sky Sports saying, Tottenham's a little club. Well, Chelsea are bang average. You're going down this year. Poch is going to get sacked. You're bloody useless. Todd Bowley is just he's an American loads of money, isn't he? He's an American loads of money. He goes to the market and says, how much do you want for that player? 100 million? I'll give you 120. I've got that much money. And he's assembled a bunch of clowns in a car. It's like the Keystone Cops with a few zeros on the end at Chelsea at the moment. No chemistry between the players. No chemistry. So they're going down. And Poch is going to take them down. So Poch, who? I can't even remember his name, that guy. But he'll be there in the dressing room with his lemons saying, I'll feel the energy. And they'll be going, huh? Je ne sais quoi, boss. You know? So I'm all for the siege mentality. We're going to have a look at the fixture list in a second. But, you know, maybe what do you lot reckon? You internet nutters out there. Thank you for joining me, by the way. But you're all random internet nutters. What do you think? Are things against us? I definitely agree that I think a lot of the media is against Tottenham Hotspur. They're always looking to put us down. Talk Sport, Daily Mail. Daily Mail, God, who reads that old rag? They're always a bit snooty and denigrating of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, aren't they? And the Premier League, the fixture list, you know, we'll go through it. Does David Harris have a point that maybe the advanced computer that the Premier League use to do these fixtures is someone like, you know, having a little bit of play with some of the code there? Is it as random as we think? I think I'm a little bit disappointed, actually. I am a little bit disappointed with how the fixtures came out. We'll have a look at it in a second and go through that. I've just woken up. I've just had a tin of beans for breakfast. Oh no, I've run out of coffee. Bugger. I might start going old Davinson Sanchez in a minute, but we'll see how we go. Let's see if we've got any people in here. Where's my chat thing? Oh bloody hell, there's loads of people. Hello. Crikey, thank you. And why isn't the chat appearing? Come on, chat. Appear on my bloody screen. Hang on, I've got to click that. Far out, there we go. Streaming professional, internet expert. 20 years in the IT industry. Dear, oh dear. All right, Wayne Bonner says, How's it going, Paul? Interesting fixture list, to say the least. Yeah. It is interesting, isn't it? Born to lose. Morning, brother. How you going? Hi, Paul. Fixtures are out. Bring them all on. No fear with Big Angels. Blue and white army. Come on, you Spurs. Love it, man. Love it, man. I can feel the energy, even though it's soulless text on my screen. I can tell there was a bit of intent and enthusiasm when you were typing that, man. That's great. That's great. Wayne Bonner, bring on September the 23rd. That's right, brother. We're going to have a look at that, though, in a second. We're going to have a look. The banter at work will be merciless. What could Wayne possibly be referring to? Interesting. Nate, g'day, Paul. G'day, Nate. How you going, man? Oh, my God. Born to Lose is on a bloody roll here. Let's turn them over at their place, Wayne. Let's get... I know you're talking to Wayne. I don't usually bring up comments when you're talking to each other. I don't like to intrude, you know. Get the Angie off to a flyer, man. Wow. Great energy. Love it. Moondog, craftsman extraordinaire. He can do everything, this guy. He can make a clock and fix your roof. He could just do anything. Good evening, Paul. Good evening, chat. Nice to see you, Moondog. Thanks for coming. Chem62, not had a break with the fixtures. Yeah, we will see. And I love this from Moondog. I love this from Moondog. Poch is the enemy now. Damn right he is. Damn right. No. There's no two ways about it, is there? Hey, Mark Cousins, the sheriff of. I don't know. I don't even know why they call you the sheriff. And you know what? I don't want to know because I like a bit of mystery. I'll just call you sheriff and assume that there's some rich tapestry of a past in that name. Don't tell me. I've got fantasies in my head about what you were getting up to, Cousins. So thanks for joining us. Blind as a bat. Nice to see you again. Come on, you Spurs. Yes, man. Come on, you Spurs. Oh, they're talking to each other. It's amazing that Mark Cousins says it's amazing that Sky get their derby weekends every year. Coincidence? Yes, that might be. Yes, funny that, isn't it? I'll tell you what. One thing I did notice though. One thing I did notice about the fixture list. They didn't schedule a game for Tottenham Hotspur at Yom Kippur time, which they always have a bloody habit of doing. And then a couple of weeks later they say, "Oh, we've moved the fixture." It's like, you know, isn't there a variable in this bloody thing? So you can just say, don't do it on Yom Kippur Day, or, you know, whatever clubs have certain fixtures on festivals or things like that. Get it programmed in the old Commodore 64. Get your act sorted out, man. Come on. Chem62, never random. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, I've done it again. I've drunk my coffee. I forgot to get a glass of water. So just bear with me and I'll be back in a second. Oh, I thought, oh, come on. Reappear, Paul. Reappear. Come out of the darkness, Paul. Stay away from the light, man. Oh, here we go. I'm materialising out of the transcendental plane again. Here we go. Oh, fuck me. Come on. Can I move forward? Yes. All right. Okay, I'm back. I nearly faded out of existence there. Whoa. Astral plane, man. All right, so let's have a look at this here. Fixture list. Let's see if I've got this set up right. You know. Oh, come on. I'm not fading away. Last night on the Irish Hotspur. Yeah, there we go. Last night on the Irish Hotspur. David was in a little bit of a flap because he couldn't, you know, using what he uses, it's a bit of a pain in the arse to bring things up on the screen. I can't be doing with it. So I said, don't worry, Dave, I've got it all in hand. I'll sort it out. And I found the fixture list graphic and I said, here you are, brother. And he says, oh, sweet, man, solid. And then I do remember thinking when I looked at it, I thought, bloody hell, are Norwich back in the Premier League? I can't remember them getting promoted. And then he brings it out, and of course, you know, I just gave him the first fixture list I found, which was what 21, 22. So bit of a big F, as I believe the kids on the internet say these days. But I think I've got this right. This one. Where are we? There we go. Look at that, eh? Look at that. That is definitely the current year's fixtures. So, you know what I was really hoping for this year, as I might just get comfy on the couch. I'll get comfy on the couch. Hang on, let's just do this. I don't want to run out of steam, you know. I only had a tin of beans and a cup of coffee this morning. So, you know, I will go a bit Davison Sanchez. There we go. That's all right. That's nice and comfy. I'll just check my... if you just bear with... I'm just going to give my audio a little check because I know Windows buggers around with it. So I just want to make sure I'm not clipping and shit. Because I did a stream the other day and I sounded like a death metal singer. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. There we go. All right, so let's have a look at these fixtures. Now, what I was really hoping for this year, because, and I'm assuming that it's going to take the squad, the squad a while to get into Angie's free-flowing total football, chaos on the pitch, everyone camped in the opposing half. It's going to take a while for them to get that into their football brains because, you know, they've been trained, they've been coached in this dog shit, turgid, miasma of putrid decay, defensive, pragmatic, bollocks football for 4 years, man. 4 years the players have been around there. You got other players that came to the club last season. They've had 4 managers. They've had 4 managers. They must be like thinking they're in a tumble dryer or a washing machine on spin or something. So it's going to take. So I'm assuming it's going to take a while to get attacking. And while that's happening, we might drop points. I think though we're going to drop points in such a way that I think the fans will still see what Ange is trying to do. You know, because we are going to be on the front foot. It's just, you know, I'm hoping this window early doors. I'm hoping we get a centre back and a goalkeeper at least, maybe a left back too. If we get those early on before pre-season, I'll be happy, and then we can sort out all the other shit later on, you know. But we've got to get those in before pre-season starts. I don't want to be dragging our heels right, you know, until August for that, because they're the positions that everyone knows. Everyone knows that you can't let in 63 goals and think, well, yeah, I'll buy a winger. So assuming that it's going to take a little while for the Postecoglou choo-choo to pick up full steam, I was kind of hoping at the beginning of the fixture list to have to have a lot of hard fixtures, because I don't want to be dropping points against, you know, shit teams like, I don't know, Wolves and Chelsea and Crystal Palace and all that, and Luton. I wanted it jam-packed full of real tough stuff at the beginning. So, you know, because we might drop points against them anyway. I mean, we have got a few curly ones in there, but I wanted it all to be tough. It's a bit of a mixture. Now, Premier League conspiracists, look at it, you know, it's look at this. Oh, you can see my cursor, I think, can't you? You know, we've got, I think it's the first six fixtures. We've only got 2 home games. You know, out of our first 4, we've only got one. We've got 1 home fixture out of the first 4. So for those EPL skeptics, you know, that's a bit of ammo for your conspiracy cannon, I reckon. I mean, what's the chance of that? Let's say you're tossing a coin 4 times. I'd have to look at Pascal's triangle and work out a bit of probability, you know, work it out on the calculator. but it's not as likely as, you know, getting 2 and 2, I suppose. But 2 out of 6 is sniffs a bit. It sniffs a bit to me. So our first home game against Brentford away, I think that's a good fixture. I'm not fussed about that. Although the interesting thing is we start on an away fixture and finish on an away fixture. I'm not impressed with that. First home fixture, Man United. Now, Man United can be a little bit slow off the blocks, and I think Ange Postecoglou will actually absolutely bloody love that as a first home game. The tougher the better for Ange. Seriously, man, he's not going to be thinking, bloody hell, we need to get warmed up. He's going to be looking at that going, yeah, fuck 'em, let's do 'em, man. So, and it'll be a big sellout capacity crowd. Hopefully the fans are up for it. And you'll get the fans going. You know, that'll give the players something to go for. Then we've got a couple of few bums. Now here's another thing. Maybe now Philip Brady actually did a bit of research on this. Why do we always play? Why is our first fixture in Arsenal? It's always like near the beginning of the season, tends to be. And why is it always at their ground? Why? I think Philip said something like last night that in the last 23 years, 15 of the first fixtures has been at Highbury or whatever the bloody, what's their stadium called? I don't know. They've had to move to another ground. But, you know, let's face it, Arsenal, they're no strangers to moving, aren't they? Are they? They'll probably build another stadium on Tottenham High Road, knowing those buggers. They hate Tottenham Hotspur so much. I mean, we're peace-loving people, man. We're peace-loving people. But, you know, if you draw the first blow, man, that's it, you're done. So the Numpty Stadium, why is it always away? Now, I am actually champing at the bit for that fixture. I think Ange will be loving it as well. Don't forget, last 2 years, he's been managing Glasgow Celtic up there. And I reckon the Old Firm derby, it's a game I would love to go to one year. I think that is the most intense, vicious, it's like modern warfare, on the pitch. And to take your team, to take Celtic over to Ibrox, where, you know, the Police, as I believe they call them up there, don't quite trust the fans enough to get on with each other. They seem to do all right when they play semi-finals at Hampden Park, though, or finals at Hampden Park. You get 50-50 there. But you go to Ibrox, and it's all Rangers, it's all blue, singing God Save the whatever, you know. You could probably not get a more hostile place to go and play football anywhere in the world. And Ange has been there with his team, and he's triumphed on numerous occasions. So these clowns at Arsenal, that's going to be a walk in the park from him. He's going to probably get there and think, what, this lot reckon they're hard? They reckon they're up for it. This is bloody nothing compared to Glasgow Rangers. He's going to love it. He's going to absolutely love it. So I am absolutely up for it. I'm not happy that it's always the same bloody fixture every year, Arsenal away. But I think, there'll be 6 matches in. We should start seeing a bit more razzle-dazzle on the pitch from Tottenham by then, I think. You know, we might well drop a few points here, to be fair. I'm not fussed about that. I'm just looking forward to watching football that's going to put a smile on my face this year, really. That's all I'm after. Whatever happens in all the competitions happens, doesn't it? And we fall out Liverpool at home. So I'll just take this in chunks, eh? So here's the first, August, September. I wish it was a little bit harder, but, I suppose we've got 3 of the big teams in there out of 7 fixtures. So maybe I can't complain too much. Now David Harris was saying that, it is a hard start as the EPL got it against us. I wouldn't be surprised. And why doesn't? I'm sure Joe Lewis, right? I'm sure Joe Lewis isn't allegedly I'm sure he's not, averse to the odd brown paper bag. The amount of casinos and strip joints and knocking shops that mob own. I'm sure he's had to do a few favours here and there. Why doesn't he do the same with the Premier League? I'm sure Man City and Arsenal all that are right up them. David Dean here, I see your kid starting a private high school. That you're going to the Harrow School. Do you need some sponsorship for that? Joe Lewis, sail your bloody boat over here. Get off your fat ass. I know you only like coming to Tottenham when there's a boxing match, and really you think football is beneath you. Get off your fat ass. Chuck a few bungs here and there. Let's get some backing from the Premier League, eh? All right, let's see what's in the chat here. So I'll just start off with that at the moment. Doop doop boop doo. Doop 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 doo. All right, here we go. And of course, you're always going to distract me. You're always going to lead me astray, and I love it, man. That's cool. That's cool. Born to lose. But I will get back to the fixture list. We'll go on a meandering journey, and I'm going to come back and do the middle section because that's where I think the meat and potatoes of our season will be. I'm trembling at the prospect if they sign that lethal forward, Kai Havertz, Wayne. Oh, you're having discussions with each other. I'm not going to intrude. Blind as a bat. Geez, Paul, I thought I was having a DMT flashback. I'm not familiar with that one, Blind as a bat. I'm a responsible adult YouTube streamer. Who do you think I am? Joe Rogan, that twat. Yeah, I kind of like all that dumb. I like colourful shit, man. That's what I put on my stream because I'm trying to stream how I'm trying to make something that I would kind of like to see myself. I'm being very, very self-centered and selfish about it, but I like it because I was sitting there, doing the same as everyone else for a bit, and I just thought, other people they've been doing it so long and they're better at that than me. So I thought I'd just, have a bit of a laugh with it, judge it up, make it less dry. I need a bit of, if I've got all this shit happening, it makes me look more exciting, That's no, it's not a theory. I just thought of that now, but blind as a bat. I've got to admit, I couldn't give a monkey's arse pipe about the fixtures. Got to play everyone twice either way. Bring them on. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But I just like, I don't know. It's us against the world. It always is. And it's the same for every team. But it's more so for Tottenham. It's more so for Tottenham. And bugger it. If there's a few excuses in the fixture list that give me, the chance to be even more adamant that our backs are up against the wall, and that's how we're going to prevail and make everyone look very silly. That's the way I want to look at it. Born to lose. I don't think this is the worst run to start our season with. Catching United early, it's not bad, is it? Because they're usually, slow as shit, aren't they? They got Lex Luthor in their dressing room, the Dutch Lex Luthor. Lex Van Luther, the Man United coach, with his small suit. I hope maybe he's had a bit of a bonus from getting him into Europe this season. Maybe he's been able to go down to Vinny's and get himself something that fits properly. Get up to speed by the time we face the scum. Winnable games by and large. Man, that's it. That's the way to be. I'm happy. Okay, that's cool. That's the way we want to be. It's funny, isn't it? I'm getting this impression from so many Tottenham fans, and I'm feeling it myself, is that I was so down in the dumps last season. I was waiting for the season to end so bad. I just wanted it to be over. I really did. And I'd go on the build-ups with the Irish Hotspur, and we'd log on before we went live, and we're both sitting there going, oh, fucking hell, you know, and then trying to, you know, get some energy to talk up the game, and it was a bit of a slog. I love doing it because it just made it. It was better, you know, going through that experience there than just me lying on my own in the dark during the middle of the night watching Tottenham break my heart and piss me off time after again. So, like I say, a bit of football that puts a smile on my face, and when I go and do a build up with Dave, we're going to be we're going to be ready for it. You know, we're going to be excited. That's when I just want to be excited about watching Tottenham Hotspur again. Don't care where we finish really. I just want to be happy. You know, feel that, you know, I'm honoured to watch these players wear the old cock on the ball in the Lily Whites. Mark Cousins, Glasgow Derby is not football; it's religion. I mean, boy, there's so much history up there, you know, and some of it's quite sad, to be honest. You know, I don't really like to see people, you know, split by things like that. It's but that's the way it is up there, and so when it gets played out on the football pitch, it is the most intense derby in the world. I don't think there's anything that can really compete with Celtic v Rangers ever. Kim62 says it's going to be a difficult start, deprogramming the players. Yeah. Going from such turgid football to front foot free flowing. Bumpy ride ahead. I hope we keep our nerve and stay behind Ange. I'm seeing a lot of people behind Ange. I really am. It's there was even I've forgotten the guy's name. There was he was on Last Word on Spurs. Was his name Patrick? I think his name might have been Patrick. And a couple of weeks ago, he was still underwhelmed about Ange, which I get. You know, I mean, I'm not one of these people that, you know, want to force opinions and feelings down people's throat. And I'm sure there's still there's probably a few Spurs fans out there that maybe aren't as excited about Ange as I am, because I was pumping Ange March the 22nd, 2 days before Conte was officially sacked. Ange, I was zeroed in on him. I wanted him number one. But as people find out more about Ange and see the cut of their jib, I know box office Alex is he's just waiting to see what happens when the season starts instead of like looking on YouTube. That's all fair enough, because I know Ange is going to win them over. I really do. I know they are. And the ones that are looking at what he's done, I think they're on board. And they're kind of saying what you're saying, Kim, that, you know, I think we are going to keep our nerve and stay behind Ange. Blinders about, there's a lot of speculation about Ibanez, the centre-back from Roma. Thoughts, Paul? Yeah, I did a quick look at him the other day, man. The same with a lot of these players. I haven't seen them play because I only really see players when they play against Tottenham. The centre back, you know, the one that's starting to tickle my fancy is that Stuttgart. I'm hyperventilating. I'm talking too loud. I've got to like slow down a bit. Oh, Davison Sanchez. Yeah, this is maybe what Eric Dyer does during a game. Maybe he's like talking and pointing at other people so much, he just fucks himself out, doesn't he? Maybe it's as simple as that. Maybe he's not a complete useless streak of wet paint. The Hiroki Ito that we've been linked with. Now, you know, that could all be media speculation and bollocks, but Ange would have seen him because he was playing in the J-League when Ange was coaching Yokohama. And if that's true speculation, that makes me exciting, because a player that Ange has seen and Ange wants excites me more than kind of a bigger name, if you know what I mean. I mean, you know, Ibanez, you guys might have seen him and thinks, yeah, get him in. And if we do, I'm not against it by any means. But the insight that Ange has into players, that wets my whistle, you know, that gets me, you know, baby's arm holding an apple sort of thing. If Ange has scouted this player and wants him in, then I want to see what the kid can do. But whatever way you slice it and dice it, blind as a bat, we do need. I mean, we definitely need a centre half, do we? What's the difference between a centre half and a centre back? I'm trying to, I like the term centre half myself, but maybe I don't know much about soccer. I'm going to just keep saying soccer. Richie B, evening. Nice to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Richie B says, I think it's a tricky start, but we've got to play these teams at some point. I mean, it's true, isn't it? I like starting the drama and excitement already, but we do have to play them all, don't we? And just as it's statistically unlikely that we get like 4 bloody shit fixtures at the end, to have them all spread out is not as likely either. So let's get stuck in. Come on, you Spurs, man. Yes, that's it. Blue and white hearts. Love it, man. Love it. Hey, Mia. Nice to have you in. Mia did. I watched your stream, Mia, with Flav from the Fighting Cock. So if there's any cock freaks out there, you can get a bit more cock from. Oh no, I'm stretching that too much, and it's going to sound obscene. Mia had a good old chat with Flav from the Fighting Cock. So get over to Spurs, Spurs between the lines. Let's see if I've got the means to. I will. Oh fuck. I'll try and remember to put your channel in at some point, Mia, when I'm a bit like when I've run out of shit to say, Oh no, I've clicked on loads of wrong things now. There we go. But yeah, I enjoyed it. That was good chat. Good chat. Good stream, man. Excuse me. I need to toggle some sort of cough button. So if I feel like a cough or a fart or burp or whatever, I don't have to inflict that onto cyberspace. Does anyone call it cyberspace anymore? Chris, hello. I'm going to be a sassy twat. Oh yeah, okay. That sounds like half the birds I match with on Tinder. But let's see what you go. I'm going to be a sassy twat and say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. How's about How's about these fixtures? Who knows how these fixtures are going to play out? Part of the fun. That's right, man. It's an unfolding story every year. We might, we might get halfway through the season. Because I know I am. I'm generally looking at the next few games in front. So there's going to be periods where you're sort of, feeling a bit tasty. We've got to get through the whole lot of them, haven't we? So it is part of the fun, man. That's what football's about. It's all about emotion. I don't care what people say. It's all emotion. If you had no emotion in football, no one would watch it. Why would you watch that? Just some people kicking the ball around. Go and get a job. No one would care about it, but we all care. We all care what happens out there on the pitch. We all, it's like living vicariously. It's like, God, kick it in. When they lift the cup, it feels like I lifted the cup. When Gary Mabbott or Steve Perryman or Graham Roberts lifted trophies, or Ledley King, it's like I'm doing it. I'm with them. It's fantastic. That's the thing about football. Less art, more science. Get rid of the stats. Richie B, I'm excited to finally have a positive manager coming in. Ange we trust. I know what you mean. It's been a long time between drinks at Europe's longest bloody bar, and I think we're going to see some devil may care football, a bit of razzle dazzle, and I can't wait to see it, man. Dragon D's Nuts, did you watch the Socceroos v Argentina last night? No, I was streaming with David. I did know we were 1-0 down at one point. I forgot to look at the result. So let's have a look here. Socceroos versus Argentina. How'd we go? 2-0. Against the world champions. I can't really complain about that. You know, when you see on the score sheet Messi, 2 minutes, you know, I think and I say our because I was born in England, I moved to Australia, and I've also got like an Irish heritage. So my nationality is all over the place. So I can say we for Australia in soccer because I do like the Australian national team. And I think Graham Arnold, our coach at the moment, I think he's doing a really good job. He's got a lot of fight about him. So, you know, I think 2-0 against the world champions. Where was it played? Was it because it's got Argentina first? Were we actually playing in Argentina? Were we? I can't bloody see. Come on, Workers Stadium. Where's Workers Stadium? Let's have a look. Oh, it was in China. What? No, really? What are we doing playing? No. Beijing Workers Sports Complex. Is Google having a laugh with me there, or is that where we played? I don't know. What's going on over in China? Is there some sort of Mickey Mouse international tournament or something? I don't know. I haven't been following it, obviously, because I don't really follow the Mickey Mouse tournaments too much. But yeah, good on Australia. No shame in that. That Graham Arnold, he plays an attacking style. He's a manager pretty much in the Ange mould, or that not similar attacking. Only one way to play. So well done Australia, well done Socceroos. Nice, not a bad result. Don't be worried about losing. It's the world champions, man. That's the benchmark. Losing against them is not too shabby. Paul, you should make mods. I haven't even looked into how to do all that shit, man. I ain't got a bloody clue, man. Hang on. I'll tell you what though, I think in my chat list, yeah, I've only got top chat showing up here. Hang on. Live chat, all chat. I might have done that for a few streams. Bloody hell. I might have, oh, hang on, I can scroll up and see if I missed anything. No. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, at the moment, everyone seems to be being pretty cool in the chat, really. So I haven't got a yearning need for it at the moment. Maybe, when I get a few more people watching, I'll need to do it. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not getting any spam. If I was getting spam, I'd be doing it. But and no one's being like out of the pram. No one's being out of the pram. So I don't want law enforcement walking in and governing everything. Really, I don't even know how to do it myself. I don't know. What happens if I right click here? I don't know. I don't know how to do it. I'll give people a bit of trust at the moment. Tot Spurs, big up Paul. Spurs getting ready to rock this season. Yes, man. I love it. I love it. And like I was saying the other day, man, Jurgen Klopp, the guy with the teeth that's losing the plot. Klopp has lost the plot. I'm telling you, Klopp has lost the plot up in Scouserland. What style of football do they play? And he says, oh, yeah, heavy metal, yeah. Well, we're not heavy metal, we're rock and roll. Rock and roll, man. Rock and roll. That's what it's going to be at Tottenham. It's going to be absolutely bloody fantastic. Mia says, thanks, mate. I'm going to bed in a bit, but I thought I'd come in and say hello. Thank you very much, Mia. Thank you very much. Nice to see you. Richie B, a man after my own heart. I can't wait for Angie's first presser. Dude, it's going to knock your socks off, I'm sure of it. Even that little 2-minute intro he did was pretty good, man. But when because he's going to get journos like, Fleet Street meatheads from the Daily Mail asking him stuff like, what makes you think you can come to the Premier League? Have you got what it takes? Because you're just like bollocks. And Spurs were shit last year. All that sort of stuff. What do you know about football, Ange? And he's gonna put them in their place, lickety split. He might not win over the journos, and I'm all for that because he's gonna build a siege mentality, right? And when it comes to Arteta, any little comment that Arteta may make about Tottenham, if we build up a head of steam, by the time we play them on our turf, Ange is gonna get into that crazy new age head of his. And look, I'm a pretty new age guy myself, but I'm not a football coach, am I? You know, I can talk about light bulbs and stuff like that, but I'm not a football coach. So I'm going to love it as well, man. It's going to it's going to excite the hell out of me. And you know, Ange. Oh, here we go. David Sanchez. Ange it hasn't even started yet, but he's been in and about the place. I mean, he's just so committed, so committed. Do you really think that Conte, if he wasn't starting for another few weeks, he'd be helping out and going in and all that and doing media stuff and all that? Nah, man, no, man. He'd be sitting back in Italy just saying, oh well, you know, if you want me to come in early, you got to cross my palms with silver. Give us a few lira. Yeah, what's this feeling of lifting a trophy? Well, it's been a while, man, but once you've experienced it, you never forget it, do you? You never forget it. Gary Mabbott, Graham Rogers, Steve Perriman, and the big one, Danny Blanchflower, but I wasn't around by that. And yes, he wants to win, no doubt about it, no doubt about it. League or FA Cup, says Richie B, should be realistic targets. Ange is going to take him seriously. He's not of this school of thought that they're decorations, like that clown Poch says. He's going to want to win them because Ange is an old school football head. He knows that you've got to win it. You've got to get that winning feeling, that winning taste. Because once you get something like a League Cup or an FA Cup, you know, are the players going to be faffing around, farting around, you know, watching a bit of OnlyFans maybe, thinking, top 4 or top 5 this year? Isn't that ridiculous? Top 5 teams into the European Cup does my fucking head in, that does. Totally devalues it. No, they're going to get hungry because once you've experienced that, you want to experience it again. And Ange knows that. It's a big psychological boost to the players. Did you see Erling Haaland after the Man City game? I know he plays for those bunch of Johnny-come-latelys, but you know, he seems to be like a level-headed guy. Doesn't seem to be like a dick. And you know, they interviewed him after the final when they won the Champions League, and straight away he's saying, you know, I am enjoying this moment, but you know, I can see that in a couple of days I'm going to want to do this again. That's the effect of winning a cup. And okay, that's for him winning, because he's won a few other cups, but that's for him winning the Champions League. It's the same you've got to start somewhere, man. You've got to start somewhere. I'd take a League Cup or an FA Cup any day, man, any day. Yep, cock freaks, man. If you're a cock freak, get over to Mia's channel. League Cup. Now let me just move on to the middle of the fixture list here. Let me just talk about this. You all talk amongst themselves. Oh, let's get rid of the chat there. And let me get the fixture list up. Okay, so August to September, some tricky fixtures in there. I wanted it to be harder because, like, if we're going to drop points, I'd rather drop points against teams that we may drop points against anyway. You know, I know that might be a bit of a pussy, lack of confidence sort of way, but that was my thinking. But then look at this. Pretty much from October to the end of March, you know, those Tottenham Hotspur haters at Premier League headquarters in the Big Tent, you know, the Billy Smart Circus offices, they've opened the door for us here. August to the end of March, man. Nice, easy fixtures. You know, when we have got a tough team, it's all nice and spread out. You know, we haven't got any on the trot here. Look at it. I mean, you look at this, you've got to be licking your lips in anticipation of some of these fixtures. You know, you got October, Luton, Fulham, Crystal Palace. Serve it up, serve it up. Because I think by October comes, we're going to start seeing some results on the pitch. I really do. I think there's going to come a point where we're going to start blowing some teams away. I've forgotten who said it last night on the Irish Hotspur, but it might have been someone in the chat. And I think it's a good point. You know, teams are so used to us playing this defensive, pragmatic style of football that if they even dare set up for that, we are just going to murder them. Murder them. I just think we're going to be too hot to handle by this stage. Come October, provided we've made some good signings, you know. So if we've got a centre back and a goalkeeper, then at least we're not going to let 63 bloody goals in. If we get Eric Dyer out, Sanchez out, Tanganga, Ben Davies, get rid of them all, man. Get rid of them all. Get some new blood in. Get some new blood in. Whether Dorrington's up to it. Oh, I've got to slow down again. Fucking hell, man. I just get too excited when I'm doing the stream and I'm full of and then I wind down again. I gotta get a glass of water. Like, it's a piece of piss when I'm on other people's streams because, like, half the time I'm not saying anything and they say, "What do you think, Paul?" And I can give it a burst, but I can't burst forever. So I think we're going to be firing here. Look at this: Luton, Fulham, Crystal Palace. November, Chelsea. Now, Chelsea, eh? Chelsea at home. We had a discussion last night. I'll open it to you, internet nutters. What sort of reception do you think Pochettino will get at White Hart Lane, or what sort of reception do you think he should get? Are you like a sentimental, you know, he's done service for us, we should treat him with respect? Or, well, he's a manager he's now Chelsea's manager, he gets no respect? Or at the other extreme where he's a traitor, he's a Judas, and we should like flog him. So let me just get here and let's bring the chat up. So let's see if I can rein you lot in. But if I can't rein you in, that's cool as well. I'm not here to tell you what you can and do, man. What are your thoughts on Poch's reception in that September game? Are you going to be nice to him? Are you going to be indifferent, just like any other team? Or are you going to just throw a few fucks and boos in his face? Her Royal Highness Queen Elia's in her house. There. Paul, watch the Japanese striker Ueda. Yes. Now he's a talented striker with both feet and great in the air too. And you know, there's so many. You know, it's not just Japan and Korea, but there's so many good players. The kids are playing football all over the bloody world, man. You know, and I think that's the Ange advantage. He's on top of it. He knows where all these kids are and all these players are. Whereas other, you know, these clubs that have got ideas above their station in the UK, like Man United and Liverpool, we're not bottom feeders. We want proven quality. Well, you know what? Sometimes you get proven quality for 150 million and it don't work out, does it? Man United, Chelsea. How's your £500 million transfer window going, Chelsea? So I'm excited about that. Ueda, is he not? Wait, Ueda, I don't. Was he? He wasn't. He wasn't Chelsea. Sorry, not Chelsea. Celtic. I'm thinking of another Celtic guy. Okay, he plays for Club Bruges. Okay. 24 years of old. Nice age. Has he had any caps? Wow, 15 caps. 15 caps for Japan since 2019. So he's so good that he started playing for Japan at the age of 21. That's not bad. That's not bad. You might be onto something, Ellie. It's nice to see you getting in the Ange scouting frame of mind there. You know, none of this snobbery bullshit. Oh, we deserve better players than that. No, we deserve great players. Well, we don't even deserve that. We need great players. This is, you know, keep saying it. Tottenham Hotspur Football Club is the greatest team the world has ever seen. So we're going to get some great players. And it doesn't matter from what walk of life, what league they come from. We're going to sniff them out. Ange is like a talent bloodhound, you know, he can't help it. He's got his sixth sense or a seventh sense because he's already, you know, he's got all that going. He can mesmerise people, he can hypnotise people, he can hypnotise open teams into like standing there like statues when he clicks his fingers. But he can also sniff out talent a mile off. In a previous life, he was probably a bomb dog. Now he's a talent monger. Hotspur says, so thoughts on Pochettino? What's the reception? I'm trying to guide you. If I can't, I can't. Are we going to say nice things to Pochettino or are we going to give him hell? I'll give you my take is in a second. Paul, I would love to be a fly on the wall, says Hotspurs. When Ange meets the likes of Dyer, Sanchez and Dombele, Tanganga, etc. Man, that would be fun to see. Well, he's gonna pierce into their soul by looking into their eyes, and he's gonna work out if there's any hope in them or not. You know, and look, out of that list, I would say, and I'm not saying that they're going to turn into good. I think Dyer has no soul, man. Let's face it, Dyer's got nothing. Dyer is a kiss ass that always, he'll show Ange that he's really active in training, speaks 11 languages. Oh God, I hate when people say that. Speaks 11 languages. What the fuck has that got to do with kicking a football, man? You know, really? The footballers look. Footballers don't have to speak the same language to build up an understanding. In fact, if they only share a few words with each other, I think that's probably better in some ways, you know, because the words they will use will be important. It'll be more about the emotion and the understanding between the two. I think Dyer's days are going to be really numbered, man, really numbered. He's going to do his usual. He's going to try and pull the wool over a manager's eyes for 6 weeks. Might even, get some performances out of him, and then he just bottles it, or whatever he does, whatever Dyer does. And I'm hoping Ange can see straight into that. I don't want the guy as a backup. I just don't want him anywhere. I don't want him anywhere near that dressing room. I really don't. Sanchez. Now, here's the thing about Sanchez, right? He's useless. He trips over a painted line. But he does try. You know, when he got booed, and I don't blame fans for booing him, and I probably would have booed him myself because he's so shit, and it's such a disappointment when he comes on the pitch. Is there a player in there? I don't think there is, unfortunately. I would like there to be, because remember the last couple of games that Sanchez was on, he was still bloody useless. But he's not a player that has a bad attitude. That's what I'm saying. Maybe he's not got enough. He's not got enough steel about him, I think, is one of his flaws. Because when the crowd did boo him, it did upset him. And I think that's, I hate to say it, but I think that is it's a bit weak. You know, I know we're all human beings, but I want to see a player getting that sort of reception and saying, you know what, fuck you lot, I'm going to show you lot. Like Emerson Royale did, for example. I never really saw him fazed by some of the harsh receptions he got at White Hart Lane. He was smiling a lot. He was always putting an effort in. He spent a lot of his own money getting private coaching, tuition, you know, and it paid off. He turned it around, you know. So you can use adversity to your advantage. I just don't know if Sanchez has got it in him to do that, unfortunately. I mean, I've got nothing personal against him, but it's just, you know, I don't want a shit player clogging up the pitch. Now, hang on, I've got to blow my nose. I'll tell you what, I'll have to make this an easier way to do it. I think, where is it? If I... Here we go, I've got to make that easier. I know how to do it. but you know, can't be asked at the moment. Um, Kim62, really like the energy on your streams. You're the man who made me excited about Ange. Along for the ride, you know. All I did was like pave the way. You know, a little. I just wanted people to get excited, man. And thanks to the comment about the energy, I do flag a little bit, but yeah, I don't know how many people are watching. I don't want to know. I like flying. I'm quite happy to fly this blind actually, but the comments I'm getting are really cool. So without you guys commenting, you know, I'd run out of stuff to say, wouldn't I? And I'd just sneak off into the distance. The stream would be 10 minutes and that, but you know, I have fun doing this. So it's you know, the energy gets passed around, man. It's cool. It's cool. Audio Artisan. G'day, brother. How you going, man? How you going? Ah. Hatate looked good for Japan early. So let me see. Let me see who Japan was playing. Here we go. Fuck me. They beat El Salvador 6-0. Jesus. And Furuhashi got on. I love Kyogo. Furuhashi. You know, Ueda, couple of you know, there's a couple of Celtic players in there, isn't there? You know, yeah, this is exciting, man. What I like about some of the Japanese players, and I'm saying some of the Japanese players because I don't want to stereotype, you know, Japan. There was a good quote by Ange actually when I think, you know, someone asked him about, I think when he signed 4 players from Japan, you know, someone said, you know, asked about the Japanese players, and I love what Ange said about it. You know what? I'll see if I can get what he said about it instead of me paraphrasing, because he put it really well. I love the quote, so bear with me. He really is a man after my own heart, is Ange Postecoglou. Okay, I think we got it here. Okay, so Sam, I don't know what the equivalent of Fleet Street meathead is up in Glasgow or Glasgow. I don't know. How do people in Glasgow say Glasgow? Because I'm all for, just digress for a minute, you know, I often wonder, like, why don't we call Spain España? Why don't we call Germany Alemania? You know, I don't get why we don't just call countries what we call them themselves. Maybe that'll happen one day. It'd just make everything so bloody easier, wouldn't it, really? You know? Then Le France would stop saying Royaume-Uni, nil point in the Eurovision Song Contest. Just say what the country is in their own time. Oh, it's got bloody pop-ups and shit. Piss off. Right. Does this mean I can't see? Yeah, I can see it. Okay. So up in Glasgow, Ange had signed 4 Japanese players, and I think the press were being a bit, you know, 4 Japanese players, kind of lumping them in the same. Listen to this, what Ange said here. We have to be careful about just saying 4 Japanese players. These are 4 individuals. They are totally different people. If you ever get the chance to meet them, you'll see they're totally different people. Totally different kinds of players. It is lazy for all of us to say, I've just brought in 4 Japanese. I've brought in 4 quality players who I think can add to what I am doing here. They're all totally different. They all have different personalities. They've all had different careers so far, and they all offer something different to the club. I mean, isn't that great, you know? I love Ange, man. You know, it's so true. What I'd say from the Japanese player that Ange has brought into Celtic is that the one thing I see them sharing in common, very, you know, different styles of play and all that, but their work ethic is so strong. They're always running. You know, they're never just fucking about, you know, waiting for a half-time whistle or waiting for full time, you know, so they can go swap a shirt and go on Instagram. Oh, look, here I am with a mate of mine who I've just played a friendly game of football with. Fuck all that. But they've got a really strong work ethic. And with a bit of luck, a few of those guys around the squad will put that into everyone else, you know. I'm excited about that. But they are individuals. And I'm hoping that the Fleet Street meatheads start commenting on bullshit like that to Ange when he's our manager and he puts them straight. You know, stop saying that everyone in Japan is the same. I mean, that's in essence what they're saying, isn't it? Dumb fucks. Born to lose. The fact that Ange did the treble and took the domestic pot seriously bodes very well for us. Finally beating our trophy allergy. You know, and Ange... Oh, winding down. Ange said when he got to Celtic that first League Cup he got was so important because Celtic craves success. And it's the same at Tottenham, isn't it? So he's going to take him seriously. How far we progress, who knows? But at least it would be nice to give these competitions a go. Give them a go. You know, the attitude we showed on the pitch against Nottingham Forest and Sheffield United, and it's a very similar energy against AC Milan. Absolutely unforgivable, wasn't it? That was, you know, I wasn't as pissed off about getting out of the League Cup because I had my sights on the FA Cup. But this year I'm different. We're in because we got no European football. We've got to go in the Bozos rounds, the second round of the League Cup this year. So we're going to get some early cup games before Christmas. And I want to see a different attitude from our players. Not just fucking about, not giving a shit. Not comfortable. You know what? Ange is keen on players uncomfortable. And I love that. Make them, you know, work a bit. And when the players are uncomfortable and they see they're playing better and getting really good results, they love it too. They buy into Ange's philosophy. It's not all about going to our training facility and fucking about in a ball pit and a bouncy castle, rolling around on sponges. It's about going into the woods and wrestling a deer by its antlers, getting it to the ground into submission. I am Tottenham Hotspur. I am victorious. And the deer goes, oh, and then you let it go because, you know, you're a peace-loving man, but you just got to show who's boss once in a while. Oh, that sort of training. Fucking around with rolling around on a cylinder sponge. How many times did you see the Tottenham social media last year? We just get absolutely flogged by some team that should never be in the same pitch as us. And we get flogged, and we're all bloody pissed off, and then next day, Spurs social media, back on it. Here's Eric Dyer pulling a rubber band. It's like, fuck. Richie B, we should treat him with respect. Who knows what? Oh, okay, we're on to Ange now. Wow, okay, I've managed to get some, Poch comments. Okay. So Richie B says we should treat him with respect. What if he wants to come back in the future? So that would probably be after we change regimes at Tottenham, because I don't think he's coming back anywhere before that. Mark Cousin says Poch will get the same as Chelsea with booze. And Chris says, wasn't Poch's fault? He's not back at Spurs. Some might think he should have said no to Chelsea, but he's entitled to work. Let's be honest. Any more Poch comments here? Audio artisan, Poch is the enemy now and should be treated as such. All right. There's a couple more. I'll give you my take. And this has got nothing to do with Poch being a former Spurs manager. I get it. He may have wanted the Spurs job. If you listen to reports, he was waiting for the phone to call. It never happened, man. And you know what? When I was a teenager, I've been there, man. I've been there. You know, I've been through the stages of, you know, getting a phone number, ringing it with anticipation the next day, and it turns out to be a fucking car mechanic. It's like, fuck, not again. So I get how Poch feels, but I want to win the game. I want to beat Chelsea. Chelsea are a shithole club. I want to smash them. And if that means, you know, if Poch comes into our manor and gets some sort of polite, respectful, you know, or even a bit of, maybe some people in the crowd, he's magic, you know, is that going to help us win? I don't think so. It's going to be more likely to, you know, fluff up Poch a little bit. And you know what? I think we've got a better chance of winning if we go there, when he comes here, we fucking destroy his soul, right? We destroy his soul. We know how much he wanted to come back to Tottenham, how much he allegedly felt for us and all that. He wanted to come back. And I reckon if we grind him into the ground and fucking boo the shit out of him, that's going to up our chances of beating Chelsea, and that's all I care about. So I hope he's as hostile as anything you can imagine. Anything you can imagine to make him crack, to make him second guess himself. And then we're going to smash Chelsea, and then he'll realise Tottenham Hotspur and the Hotspur hippie were right. Ange was the man all along. I never wanted Poch back. I know the fans did. I never did. I wanted Ange Postecoglou. I've got the man. He's better than you, Poch, and we're going to give it to you. We're going to give it to you, and we're going to prevail, you clowns from Stamford Bridge, with your mixture of Bother Boy and Tory Toffs supporters that sing songs of hate at White Hart Lane. You know, for me, Chelsea isn't a sporting rivalry, because I think no matter what, you're shit. I remember you as being shit, a second-rate bloody club, a nothing club with no moral backbone. And then you had all the Abramovich war criminal money coming in. That's all gone. And all those fans that globbed onto Chelsea because you stole all those trophies. Remember, if we adhered to Tour de France rules like they did with Lance Armstrong and got rid of the trophies that cheats. You know, it's beyond doubt. Abramovich got the club taken away from him. Dirty money, unacceptable, as Conte would say. They should be stripped of all those trophies they stole, which would make us the rightful 2017 Premier League champions. That's what I reckon. So Chelsea, you're bloody nothing. I love it the way you're sliding back down to the oblivion you emerged from. That primordial soup of fuck all talent. And I hope you all get relegated. And if part of the road to achieving that is pissing off Poch and making him fucking cry, I want to see it. That's my thought on Poch. Oh, blimey, let's calm down. See, I might be a hippie, peace and love in all the world, man, but not on the football pitch. The more controlled warfare we have on the pitch, I genuinely believe it's better for humanity. It lances a boil. You know, it lets us get all our... And all this, I'm having a rant, but it's harmless hate, man. You know, I'm just saying do it at the ground on the pitch, you know. No violence, man, nothing like that. But hostile, uncomfortable, very uncomfortable, because I think he'll crack. We'll break his fucking heart. That's what we're going to do. So, yeah, no, I am a hippie, and I am all for peace and love, but I firmly believe the more ferociously we engage in the activity of kicking a football around and cheering your team on, less likely you're going to pick up a gun. That's what I reckon. I think that's what sport does for people. And it just so happens that football is the world game, the beautiful game that lets us do that. Lets us all get it all out, the agony and the ecstasy. We feel satisfied. Even when we lose, it lets something out of us, you know? It lets something out of us. When we win, we feel triumphant, and we're less likely to get all, you know, all that sort of dugger. So, you know, controlled, you know, harmless hate. Fuck you, Poch. Blinders about says when the age of Ange, yes man, kicks into gear, we'll treat Poch well, as we won't care, as we'll have a true genius. Yeah, man. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Thanks, brother. I think that's the way people are going to feel. I mean, it'd be beautiful, right? If we beat Chelsea, if we smash Chelsea, then and do it in style. I think you're right. I think fans, if the penny hasn't dropped with Spurs fans by then, it will drop on that. It will drop on that day. It really will. And I'm not going to go hard on if Spurs fans are still, a bit reserved about Ange. There's no point in that. They're going to come over of their own accord. Everyone supports Tottenham in their own way. I'm not. It's not for anyone to tell anybody else what they should and shouldn't do, or have a go at them. The love of the football club, the love of the style of football we play, and the love of Ange. Love always wins. That's the fact, man. Love always wins. You can trap more bees with honey. You get flies with shit. That's what I reckon. Yeah, I think I was confusing him with Maeda. Chris, you're right, man. You're right. Sheriff says, I want us to get Alex Scott, the last player we got from a Bristol club. Turned out okay. I know. I could see where you're going there. Again, I don't know much about Alex Scott, but I saw Ben and Sim on We Are Tottenham TV. Oh, I've got to just pause a second. Here we go. I think that Poch chant took a little bit out of it. It doesn't take a while to get my energy back up. I'm just gonna be nice and chill. I can only be aggro for so long. It knackers me out. It's so much easier to be calm and loving, Yeah, Ben and Sim on We Are Tottenham TV. We're really quite excited. Was it yesterday? They did a transfer target tier list. Entertaining as usual, those boys, and they were quite enthused about Alex Scott. As usual, I've not seen much of him because he's never worn our shirt, but. Yeah, there's a few voices out there saying he's the business. So, yeah, maybe not a bad shout, Mark. Tot Spurs, never wanted Poch back. Yes, man. Yes, man. Let Chelsea Poch have it full on. Yes, let's Ange's Spurs rise to the occasion and do the talking forward for us. Love it, man. Love it. That's the way. That's the way. That's the way. Born to lose 73. Forget the history, he's Chelsea manager now, and therefore I'll give him and that lot hell throughout the match as standard. Perfect. That's it. They're on the other side, aren't they? And a lot. I don't think Poch is a traitor or anything like that. I mean, football's a funny old game, isn't it? Players do move around, coaches do move around. My only thing is if they're not at Tottenham, give them hell. The only exceptions I can think of that. Because, like I say, Chelsea for me are not a sporting rival. It's just that their fans are a bunch of idiots, Arsenal is the sporting rival for me. Chelsea might think we're the sporting rival. No, Chelsea, fuck off, mate. Chelsea, your derbies, right? Your derbies are Fulham and QPR. We're out of your league, man. We're over here. You're down here with QPR, mate. As a stature of a football club. Our sporting rival is with Arsenal. So if people go there, I have an issue with it. But go to Chelsea, I don't know. I mean, while they're there, I don't like them. But then, Graham Roberts, Mickey Hazard, Glenn Hoddle all went there. I don't think you'll find any Spurs fan that thinks they're a traitor, or anything like that. We all love those guys. And they did a lot for us, a lot more for us than the likes of Poch anyway. So, they won us shit. They won us a lot of shit. And Graham Roberts and Mickey Hazard were a bit shafted by us. We should have kept them around. Graham Roberts had definitely a few more years left in him. And Mickey Hazard we shouldn't have sold at all. He got a brown paper bag for that one from Chelsea. And Glenn Hoddle, football free spirit. I mean, you could tell he's always a Spurs boy. He's always a Spurs boy. So it's not. I don't have that traitor feeling. I just want to throw a few fucks at Poch because I think he'll crack because he feels like he loves us. Well, we're going to scorn his love. And you know what it's like when you get scorned by a lover? You just want to cry into your pillow for a month. That's what we're going to do to him. Chris D says, Hatate will be a Spurs player and on that plane to Australia in a month. Why spend 40 million when Hatate is as good at 20 million? Yeah. I mean, there's point. Now, someone said in the chat yesterday, and this is one of those things, they heard it from another channel. So I have no idea if there is any truth in this or not. Someone somewhere, and I've not seen this firsthand, so I've no idea where it comes from. Someone saying that it's part of Ange Postecoglou's conditions of leaving Celtic that he can't take any staff or players with him for the first year. I've not seen that anywhere. Kind of sounds like bullshit to me. And even if there is some sort of thing like that around, you can always buy your way out of it. Even though Celtic are a massive football club, you know, a bit of that ain't gonna hurt, is it? So there might be compensations involved, but yeah, no, Hatate, holy shit, man, what a fantastic player he is. Absolute engine, man. You're gonna see some engines revving up the pitch, because if you ain't, Ange is gonna take you off and replace you with someone who does want to run around. You know, we're not gonna have 10 touches on the football and then passing it 5 yards. We're not going to have that anymore. Blinders about Hatate. Oh, you kids have been doing, you internet nutters out there, you've been doing a bit of your homework. This is nice to see. Hatate is a class act, the best player in Scotland. Wow, okay. That's a big rap. And I don't buy all this shit that people say, oh, well, you know, they're playing in Scotland. We don't know how they're going to do in the Premier League. I don't buy all that at all. I mean, come on, you know, it's a meaningless thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what country you're playing in. A quality player is a quality player, and Hatate is definitely one of those on my list. You know what? It's getting a bit nippy in here. Australian flats aren't built for winter, even though it only gets down at, like, you know, 15 degrees. It's freezing, so I'm just going to put the heater on. Stay tuned. All right, that's a bit better. You missed a treat there because I forgot to do the drawstring up on my $10 tracky bottoms, and I went a bit OnlyFans there as I was walking. Oh no, I switched it off. Shit, I pressed the wrong button. I went a bit OnlyFans on my way to the heater, and that's more than anyone can stomach, you know. You know, although bugger it, I could be a corporate sellout. If it takes me 5 years to get to 1,000 subs, maybe OnlyFans would be my calling. Oh, Jesus Christ, that'd be rough, eh? Alright, so Nate's asking thoughts on Qatar by Man United. Yeah, this is kind of... it's weird. I mean, is it definitely happening? Because, like, a few weeks ago, it was like Qatar had pulled out because, you know, some Spurs fans... Spurs fans are... hang on. Bear with me. Fuck, I don't talk this much, you know, because I live on my own. It's the way I like to live. So it's not like I'm talking for hours and hours, you know. And when I'm with my mates or whatever, I do have breaks because they're talking. But I'm talking a lot. I'm feeling a bit Sanchez. Yeah, so yeah, it was a bit on and off a while ago with Qatar. To the point that some Spurs fans were saying, oh, you know, they're not buying Man United, they might buy us. I mean, it's bullshit, isn't it, really? And this isn't a thing about what the country is and what their reputation is. To me, it's the fact that a country, a state, is buying a football club. It's just bonkers to me. It really is, you know, and they're doing it for propaganda purposes. You know, I don't care if it's a country in the Middle East or Europe or Asia or America. I don't care where the country is, man. It's not because of what Qatar is or means to people. It's the fact that a bloody country can do it. Because in my mind, you know, I'm going to get a bit hippie for you here in a second. I think countries are a fucked idea, whoever came with that. I like the only thing I think countries are good for is football. It's football. Because then you get football at its highest level in the World Cup or the Euros or the Asian Cup or wherever you are, CONCACAF, you know, that one, CONMEBOL. You know, countries are great for that and the Olympic Games, but all the rest is shit. I reckon we should just be able to roam around wherever the fuck we want to go. So, and every country's done shit things. Every country's probably still doing shit things. So, you know, it's not to do with what, you know, it actually being cutter. I think a country buying a football club is actually bullshit. There's too much money in the game. You know, I'm hoping the bubble bursts someday and it goes back to being a bit normal, you know. You know, but maybe what it will take is a few, like, you know, huge drug scandals or something, you know, really on the nose in Premier League football for people to sort of flock away to a different league and it sort of levels out a bit, because it is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, Blinders back saying Glasgow. Okay, well, I'll call it Glasgow. Not Glasgow, little Lord Fauntleroy. Glasgow, cool. Thank you, man. I think I've heard that. I've heard people from Glasgow saying that as well, so we should call it that. Well, I'm going to call it that. You can do what you want. All right, we're having a little private chat here. I'm way behind with the comments here. Cyprus is Cypru. Greece is Hellas. Yeah. So why don't we just call it that? It's weird, isn't it? You know, countries are good for football, and if we're just going to use countries in my like utopia for football, then let's just bloody call them what people that live there call them. Don't get it. Hey, Chris D, man, with some Ange goodness. Mate, I'm not here to make players happy. That's right, man. The reward is on the pitch for players, you know. If Ange's got to throw a few fucks around and put a bee up their arse, I'm all for it. Hotspurs. Sounds like Ange needs to send in the boys and rough up the training centre then, Paul. If he likes the... Yeah, get some sandpaper. Get some sandpaper. You know, they're there lifting barbells with helium in them or hydrogen. So, just blow them up. Too comfortable. And, you know, and I've heard people say this, there's probably some truth to this. It makes players not want to leave. Just hang around, not pulling a full shift. Because there they are. They're living in London. They're going to a luxury spa as a fucking job. It doesn't turn a man into a football animal, I don't think. Johnny Bethnal Green. The only problem I got with Ange that Levy picked him. Well, he had to pick someone. I don't care. I'm Ange all the way, man, all the way. Matoma at Brighton says, Her Highness Queen Ellie. Matoma at Brighton, he's such a workaholic, had a tremendous season because he's got skills in abundance. Yeah, I love it, man, love it. Matoma is a great one, you know. El Tel Cockerel. Buenas noches, mi amigo. Compañero. Welcome. Love the name, El Tel Cockerel. Yeah, Chelsea are cunts. I'm not monetised. I can say cunt if I feel like it. In Australia, you know, you clowns at YouTube headquarters, cunt's basically punctuation over here. Everyone says it. It's only Americans that go, oh my God, I can't believe they dropped the C-bomb. We drop it all the time. It's a term of endearment, actually. In fact, Australians, you know, Aussies will use the word mates more as the way Americans would use the C word, you know. I'm not going to keep labouring the point, you know. Oh, mate, you know, it's more, you know, we've got it the other way around over here. Born to lose, preach, Paul. Fuck Chelsea. Yeah, man. Fuck them. audio artist saying, come back and be mayor of London. Nah, man, I'd have to start. I'd ask to, the thing with, I'm not going to get political here, but I'll just address this question. The thing with politicians here, they've got to, sell their souls and do deals and kiss ass and all that sort of shit, even by the time they get pre-selection for a seat. So the one that always wins, it doesn't matter what political party it is, they're always a cock, and I'm not interested in all that shit, man. I'm not interested in all that shit. Blinders about love is worth killing for, worth dying for, hate not so much. Well, I wouldn't go as far as killing, man. But if you're talking about metaphorical football killing, I'm with you all the way. Hate not so much. No, I'll take your point. There's no, hate is a totally stupid reason to get aggro. The thing about taking Chelsea players or staff is doing the rounds up here a lot. Well, is it true? Is it true? We'll see what happens. I mean, why? I mean, there seems to be a lot of speculation. This is what the Fleet Street meatheads are leading us to believe. On the one hand, we're all in, or Ange is all in, trying to get Kennedy and Strachan, his coaches down from Celtic. They're all in on rumours and speculation on that. But at the same time, they're saying we can't do it for a year. So they're two circles on a Venn diagram. You can't. Both there. It's a contradiction. It's a paradox. You can't have both happening. That's what Fleet Street are like. They're just off season. I suppose they've got to keep earning a quid or two. Stops them tapping people's phones, doesn't it? Blind as a bat. Let's say someone else tried to buy Hatate and Spurs offer more money. Would Celtic dismiss Tottenham's offer? Yeah, you're right, man. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't make sense, doesn't it? Yeah, especially. I think that's a really good point. I was thinking if no one else was after Hatate, but I think you've nailed it on the head. If someone else is going for him and we offer them more money, are they really going to say, "Oh well, point of principle here"? Are they bollocks? I think you're right, Blinders about. I think that's it. That's you've put it much better than I did. Aussie speak like us. Yeah, it's all about the intent of the word, isn't it? Really, it's all in the intent. That's what it is for some words. Not all, but a lot of words. Here we go. Queen Ellie splashing her cash. Bit of Wongaloo. Waving the deal gets done. That's it, isn't it? That's it. Cunts. Questionable or unsavoury group of people. I like that. All right, now let me just get back to the old fixture list here, and we'll have a look at what happens next year. So we should be absolutely salivating all the way from October till March. For me, that's when our season is make or break. And slow down. And so, even though I've got no expectations for where we finish in the league. I've said this before, but the whole top 4 or top 5 thing to me, I mean, I think it's top 5 this year. 25% of the teams, 1 in 4 teams is going to qualify for the European Cup. It's bullshit, man. But for me, that only means something if you've been in a title chase, a title challenge at some point in the season. That's what we used to do in the 80s. That's what we did a bit under Poch. I'm not saying that by the end of the season we were still, often by April the writing's on the wall. You're not going to get the title, but for some of the season you're kind of in sniffing distance for it. If you're in that position and you fall a little bit short, then it's an okay. It's like a consolation. We've got European football next year, all that sort of stuff. That's all cool. But especially maybe last year was a bit like this. We've had seasons like this where The aim has been to be top four. So we've kind of, I'm talking about a top-down approach. Fans seem to be, or our owners as well, seem to be content with a bottom-up approach where we're just fucking around, la-di-daing, 7th or 8th a lot of the season maybe, and then we're climbing up and we're just squeaking into 4th on goal difference on the last day of the season. You know, I don't get much juice out of that, you know, so sometimes. I mean, I kind of did the season before last because I'm a hypocrite and I contradict myself all the time. That's the only reason I can give for it. But you know, it's more satisfying, I'll put it that way. It's much more satisfying. The way you end up in the top four is by having a title tilt at some point in the season, not from crawling your way up from the middle. So there we go. So we've got November all the way to March. And I hope everyone, you know, enjoys walking through people's houses at Kenilworth Road. Got it right this time. I didn't say Vicarage Road. Kenilworth Road. Blind as a bat has been drumming that into my head. No, hippie clown. It's not Kenilworth. It's not Vicarage Road. It's Kenilworth Road. Walking through people's houses to get to Luton Town. Hilarious ground. I've only been there once, and it's just bonkers, man. I love it. You know, it's a great. I love those quirky little grounds. There's a football channel I enjoy called Footy Adventures, and he's a guy. He just seems to have this boyish enthusiasm for just going around and seeing weird and wonderful grounds. He does go to the big grounds as well, but he seems to get a real kick out of going to smaller grounds that are around the place, and I really like seeing that. It shows you you know, how far and how deep the love of football is in the UK, in Britain, whatever you want to call it, England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, wherever he goes, man. It stretches to the farthest corner of the island. And wherever you've got a stadium, you're going to have a group of absolute nutters, and I mean nutters in a great way, supporting their club, and it's fantastic. Footy Adventures, great channel, really enjoy it. So we're in the middle of the season now. Here we go. EPL conspiracy time. Who's been fucking around with their Commodore 64? This is a nasty time of the year. I'm hoping, Philip used the analogy, you know, this is the time where sort of other teams are hibernating. This is where we're going to have to, you know, this is our spring. You know, this is, well, in fact, it is spring in Australia. Maybe this is good for me because in Australia, this is spring and summer. This is where we're going to be making hay, man. This is where we're going to be gathering our nuts, feasting on them. And I'm hoping we've put so much extra goodness in store that when it comes to winter time, and it is coming in a winter time in Australia at this time of the year because the world is round, it isn't flat. This is where we can feast on our nuts, and other teams, their cupboards are bare at this time of the season. They got nothing, and we're just feasting on our nuts that we've buried like clever little squirrels. But look at this fixture list. It's a basket case. You know, if I could be asked, I'd work out on the probability of something shit like this happening. But we've got West Ham away, not fussed about that. Stratford FC. Well, you know, as far as every year goes on, and even though I do hate West Ham because, you know, I hate every club in a good way, it's useful hate. I don't like them, you know, like if they're drowning, I'd help them, you know what I mean? But on the football pitch, I don't like them. It seems like with every passing year, West Ham's stock is diminishing because they've uprooted from their roots at Upton Park at the Boleyn ground. They've gone to this soulless, you know, athletics track. You know, can they really call themselves the Hammers anymore? Their Olympic Stadium is across the road from a massive Westfield. Oops. So I think the Hammers have just become the Shoppers. I think they're Stratford FC, and it's come on you Shoppers. That's it for West Ham. I do feel a little bit sorry for their fans because, you know, that's one of Karen Brady's jobs, isn't it? Karen Brady, Alan Sugar's protege, yeah. Fucking knock it down, flog it. You know, so they've been sold a lemon there. At least when we built our Soulless Bowl, It hasn't moved. It's where the old working class White Hart Lane used to be. At least we've got a shot at restoring that spirit into our soulless bowl. We get a bit rocking and rolling, playing a bit of rock and roll football with Ange Postecoglou. I think some soul is going to return to White Hart Lane, whereas bloody Stratford FC, no fucking chance. Not in that ground. No way, man. It's an echo. It's just echo, isn't it? I don't even know. They're so far away from the pitch, the players can't hear what the fuck's going on. So, you know, West Ham United have got basically no home advantage. So we're playing up there. It's like playing a match on neutral ground. So I'm not really fussed about that West Ham game. Then we've got Nottingham Forest at home. I like that. But then we've got, how about this? Newcastle United away. Manchester City at home. Arsenal at home. Liverpool away. That is crunch time of the season. If we're in the mix for anything, whether you're a top 4 buff, which I'm not, or what I am is a title buff, and you know what? I am a bit of a dreamer. Every time before the season, I think, yeah, this is the year Spurs are going to do the treble. I like being unrealistic, but you know, more realistically, this bit here, it really sorts out the men from the boys. So it's a tough load of fixtures, but you know what? I think this is going to be a good benchmark for how we're progressing under Ange Postecoglou. This will show us, you know, I think this is going to give us something to smile about, actually. The more I think about it, the more positive I'm getting. Because I think this is like where we're going to be a bit shit house. But I think we're going to be cranking here, because Ange will have identified, you know, all the, you know, the flotsam and jetsam. We'll get maybe 1 or 2 players in January, and by the end of the season here, I think we're going to start scaring these teams, you know. We're going to start having one eye on the following season and scaring the fuck out of these teams. Whoops, there we go. So those 4 fixtures, yeah, I was not impressed with them, but the more I'm looking at them, the more I'm sort of relishing it, actually. The more I'm relishing it. Because if we do well in those fixtures, those knobheads at Talk Sport and Sky Sports and Daily Mail Sport and all those idiots, they're not going to be able to slag us off anymore. You know, Spursy, the word Spursy will be a thing of the past. I use the word Spursy for other things. I use the word Spursy for Ted Ditchburn, single-handedly with no gloves, catching a shot with a ball that weighs 500 pounds. That's what Spursy is. Spursy, I'll tell you what Spursy is. Spursy is Danny Blanchflower. Hang on, I'm on a roll here. I'm on a little roll. Not a big roll, just a little one. But Spursy is Danny Blanchflower having the Buster Gonad-sized bollocks to nonchalantly say before the 60-61 season, we've got a good team here. We are going to win the double. That's fucking Spursy. That's Spursy, you know? None of this other crap, you know? Spursy is Bill Nicholson saying, at Tottenham, we set our sights so high that even in defeat, there is an echo of glory. I got the words a bit wrong, but you get what I'm saying, man. Spursy is Danny Blanchflower saying, there's a fallacy in football that the be-all is winning and losing. It's nothing of the sort. It's nothing of the sort. It's about going about your business with style. It's about going out there and beating the other teams and not waiting for them to die of boredom. Spursy is glory, glory Tottenham Hotspur. And anyone who says any different can fucking do one. Well, this is my mission for this year. I'm going to reclaim the fucking word Spursy. Arseholes. Arsenal, right? Choke. I'm going to show it again. Arsenal season last year, it was based on this. The whole thing was based on a fucking lie. Hang on. This is the foundation of Arsenal season last year. And I'm not surprised it felt a bit, right? I'm not surprised it felt a bit. There's Arteta getting all the players to stand around in a circle, and then when they link hands, a light bulb lights. Well, the other day I looked that up. Is that possible? Is it possible to light a bloody 25 or 40 or even 15 watt light bulb? Is it fuck? This is what? Oh, bollocks. Bollocks. Well, what I'm trying to show you there... Oh, hang on. Maybe if I hold it still. Can I hold it still? No. Come on. Oh, fuck technology. It's stopping me in my path. As usual with technology in this world. You cannot light a light bulb by holding hands. So, Arsenal season, I looked it up, is based on a trick light bulb from Alibaba. £2.50. That's what Arteta invested in his team to get them G'd up. £2.50? It was all built on a lie. And when the lie was realised, they all felt a bit. So, you know, where's my nicotine supplement? I need this now to keep my brain going. And right? They say Spursy is like choking. What about goonery? I don't know. Or just shit. Just shit. Bring back Spursy. Hashtag reclaim Spursy. Fuck 'em. That'll give my neighbour something to think about, won't it? Alright, so I've just got one more thing I want to talk about on the fixture list. I do like that it is finishing with potentially 2 relegation candidates. I hear it every bloody year. Oh, you don't want to be playing the teams that are fighting for relegation because, you know, they're fighting. Well, they're in the relegation zone because they're dog shit, aren't they? So that never ever scares me. I heard it before the Leeds United game. I was dismissing of it. Well, that of old shit. And we just walked all over them. You know, Lucas Moura just like strolled in backwards behind all their defence and bang one in. You know. So I'm quite glad we've got a couple of, you know, potential. I mean, I don't know how Burnley's going to go. Actually, we'll see what Company can do there. But Sheffield United, man, Sheffield United, we've got to get a bit of revenge for that piss poor performance we showed up last year, you know. Last time I saw an away game at Bramall Lane, we won 2-0. Paul Gascoigne banged one in right in front of me. It was magnificent. So I'm not scared of the end. So we're going to have a rough patch where we're going to prove everyone fucking wrong, and then they're going to have to eat a Spursy sandwich, and then we've got a nice little 6 points at the end. So that's all right. So despite the Premier League trying to stitch us up, with their Commodore 64 fixture generating program that they've got their fingers all over trying to fuck us up. I think we're gonna triumph because we're Tottenham Hotspur. That's it. Oh, all right. Let's see what's in the chat here. That's all I've got to talk about, really. I've gone through the fixtures, so it's time for you lot to distract me. Go on, well behind. Well behind. El Tel Cockerel. Paul, this is Jose, by the way. You've inspired me and I've taken the plunge to start my own channel. Hey, nice one, man. Phenomena Compillon. Nice one. Oh, I'll enjoy... Oh, I'm looking forward to that, man. Excellent. Well done. Well done. Chris is off. He's buggered off 10 minutes ago. I hope he left. He left in good order. Didn't make any. No passing jabs on his way out. No, thanks for dropping by, Chris. Yeah, no, let us know when you get that going, Jose. That's nice. The more the merrier, I reckon. George is here. Hi, Paul. G'day, George. How you going? Queen Ellie. Brisbane Road, Leighton Orient, where Spurs ladies play most of the home matches, Paul, have flats looking over the ground, so those people get a freebie. Yeah, I love places like that, man. I think it's cool. I'm a bit of a Formula One freak as well, and the best racetrack for that is Imola, because when you're coming down there, like the back straight, and you're going downhill before you hang a double left, you're just looking in people's gardens, and every year it's on TV. You can see, there's washing hanging out, and everyone's hanging out of their balconies looking at the The cars whiz by. I love all that shit. $10 a.m. tomorrow at some random time zone in the world. I'll have it set up. Yeah, it's a piece of piss to set it up. Piece of piss. Just get started on. Just do it, man. Do it. George, yes, man. Yes, man. Paul, if we're going to win the Premier League, I'd take Burnley and Sheffield United last 2 games. Me too. Me too. It's a nice roundup, isn't it? You know, let's just dream for a second. Let's just dream. Just dream. We've got 2 games to go. We're 4 points off wherever you want to be in the league. I only want to be number 1, man. But wherever where we are, and we've got those 2 games. You know, we get fired up for them. Okay, so it's 10 o'clock GMT, which is 7 o'clock here, 7 o'clock PM. I might be streaming. I don't know. I just stream when I feel like it. I don't plan for these things. By the way, tomorrow I'm going a little bit more off grid. I'm going up to a secret location in the Blue Mountains, way out of Sydney. So I won't be able. If I do, I don't know if I'll be able to do any live streamings for a bit. I'll see what I can work out. But I will do some videos. I don't know how long I'm going up there for. Who knows how long's a piece of string? I don't plan things. So it's going to be lo-fi. It's going to be lo-fi. All this work I've done, this hard graft I've done to get all this White Hart Lane psychedelic goodness going, and me sort of vanishing and reappearing. It's just going to be, you know, bog standard. Get an iPhone out and do it that way. So that might be for a wee while. Queen Ellie is in a moral quandary here over whether an Arsenal fan is worth saving. I know, we're talking about metaphorically here. I don't believe anyone would stand on the side of Pierre. Before I save your life, what football team do you support? Oh, Arsenal. I don't know, man. You know. Eltel Cockerell. Is that the channel now? I think it's a great name. It should be Eltel Cockerell, but hey, I'll find out if it works in the morning. I think you've picked on a unique one there. See, I went through when I started this channel nearly a whole week ago. I think it was now. I wanted to give it some sort of kind of historical status. So I picked the name. The game is about glory, and then I picked the name Echo of Glory, and I'd set it up, and then because I'd search on YouTube and there wouldn't be any match or anything, but then I'd search on Google and I find fucking hell, that's the name of 2 podcasts. So I thought, fuck it. I support Tottenham Hotspur and I am a hippie, so I just like Hotspur hippie. I just thought, fuck it, I'll just call it that, just to get something going, and I quite like it now. So Eltel Cockerell, if that was your gut instinct, man, I'll call it this, go with it, just run with it, man. It'd be great. Yeah, people showing a bit of love for Jose here. Nice to see. Nice to see. Because, the world is round, right? And, what I find some of the times I stream, I'm streaming when no one else is streaming. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Because the channels I like to watch, I might not necessarily watch them live. I'll go back and watch them afterwards anyway. Because, I'm at the arse end of the world. I'm very lucky if I catch people live streaming. I usually catch them sometimes when I'm about to fall asleep. And if I'm up really early in the morning, I'll catch them as well, like, 4 a.m. or something like that. But, I'll watch the ones I like anyway. Watch them back because I find it entertaining. I don't feel I have to be in there live. I'm usually pretty quiet in people's chats anyway. I'll say hello, of course. So I really appreciate all the good grist for the mill. You're sparking my talk muscle here, which is really nice. So I hope. I don't have to even hope, Jose. It's going to be a knockout, man. It's going to be a knockout Spurs channel. Fantastic. Oh, here we go. Blinders about. Here's some more. Oh, perfect. Liverpool, Blinders about says, Spursy to me is Dave Mackay ragdolling Billy Bremner. Fucking right, man. And I'll tell you what else Spursy is. Spursy is an almost wet behind the ears Steve Perryman doing a number on Eamon Giles, and other players saying you might have to be careful here, and Perryman didn't give a fuck. That's Spursy. God, the bollocks on that guy, eh? The bollocks on these players to just have a fucking go. But, you know, what else are you going to do? You're not there to say sing Kumbaya and pass a bong around, eh? That's what you do when you're not on the pitch, when you're sitting around a campfire. If I can stream, I will be doing a few campfires out in the bloody wilderness. So I wouldn't mind doing some streams from places like that. So you're not going to get all this technology psychedelics. You can have the goodness of nature. Nate, thoughts on Abby Summers, Paul, Spurs fan? I don't know, man. Don't know. Paul, who buys a dog and calls it win as a means to convincing players they're champions? Right, look, we'll do it, man. We'll do it. Steady as Shark, you quickly become one of my favourite YouTubers. Thank you. Oh, wow, that's very kind of you, man. Very kind of you. You know, I'm just doing what I want to do. That's what it comes down to. You know, and if that means I've got 10 subscribers or hopefully 10 million, and I can start milking this shit for a bit of, sell out corporate cash, that would be good. I'll tell you what, first thing I'm going to get is a decent microphone, nice little lavalier wireless microphone. That's what I'm going to do. But thank you very much, Steadiest Shark. That's nice of you to say so. Ellie says, love it, Spursy means classy, doesn't it? It's champagne, it's razzle dazzle. It's the other team not knowing what the fuck we're going to do. That's what it is. Spursy is Danny Blanchflower saying, well, if we don't know what we're going to do, how's the other team going to know? That's Spursy. Come on, you Spurs. Johnny Bethnal Green, every time you say Commodore 64, I noticed on my age demographics, because, you know, we're always spying on viewers, I am gaining my audience seems to be of the Commodore 64 vintage, and I do like it. So Johnny Bethnal Green, Kent, going to a world of computer games I love. Well, you know, that's why I bought this little thing. You know, I know you can get an emulator on a PC, but this is like easy. You can put games on it. The mini C64. My favourite games, I used to love like summer games, winter games, Pit Stop 2, Paradroid. I love Paradroid. Uridium, fuck me, what a hard game, and I completed it. I mean, they were hard games, man. They were hard games. There was no save function. If you're taking Monty on the run and you hit a flying teapot, you're fucked. Game over. And the music, the music on a Commodore 64 was awesome, isn't it? You know, what are their names? Chris Galway, Rob Hubbard, guys like that churning out awesome shit on a SID chip. Because the secret of the SID chip was it was kind of an analog sort of synthesizer, so it sounded really good and rich. Amazing. Oh, you're having a chat between yourselves here. Shamu Van, big up Paul, with a nice little flame. That's the sort of activity I'm going to be having in the next few days. Bit of bushfire stuff. Hotspur Hippie is the dog's donuts. Well, let's hope El Cockerel is the cat's cock. I think that's a good thing. George is saying, Paul, we would win the league with this front three. Archibald, Hoddle and Kane. Oh my God. Dude. Wouldn't that be astonishing? Wouldn't that be amazing? I would just love to see, actually, Hoddle and our dealers with Kane sitting in front of them. I mean, and that's no disrespect to Archibald and Crooks, because they were fantastic. But, you know, Ozzy, Glenn and Harry, you know, but we will never know. That's the beauty of football. We can have these little fantasies. That's the magic of the game. Paul, I wasn't talking about us. That's what Arteta used to help relax and focus his players. Okay, yeah, I know. Ridiculous. Watch out for crocs on your trip, says Audio Artisan. Yeah, I'm not going to croc country. That's like miles over the other side of the country. But, you know, it's probably spiders and snakes that be around, although they don't seem to come anywhere near me. You know, having said that, I'll probably be doing a stream, get bitten by a black widow and have to call up the hospital, you know, get a tourniquet on, or you put pressure on it. That's what you're supposed to do. You know, all this. I don't understand the rhyme and reason for this, but this is what you're supposed to do. If you get bit, you're supposed to put a lot of pressure on the wound. You're not supposed to cut off blood supply, and you're not supposed to do all this sucking it out bollocks, because I take it it's already fucked off around your bloodstream by the time you notice anyway, because there is quite often a bit of a numbing factor with these venoms. They're nerve destroyers after all. But luckily we do have anti-venoms for, I think, every snake. Maybe a brown snake we might struggle with, but I've never seen one of them. Hotspur hippie. Oh no, that's me. Sorry, I'm not affected. It's just early in the morning. I've only had a tin of beans and a cup of coffee. Or Terence Sampson. Hello, Hotspur hippie. G'day, man. How you going? How you going? Nice to have you here. Shamu Van. I'll get a flame going soon for brekkie. Oh, is this is this old styley flame, or is it a you know, pay like 5 million quid to put on your gas cooker these days? Either way, a flame's a flame, isn't it? There's something nice and primal about a flame. I've got a gas heater here. There's something more, I don't know, genuine to me about a flame-based heat than passing a fucking current through an electric wire. That's what I get in the bedroom. It's a dry bullshit heat. A flame gets you going. And as far as I'm concerned, that's when we should have just stopped all this civilization shit. As soon as we got fire, you know, mankind went from, you know, having real tough times, especially in winter and all that sort of shit, you know, cold and all that. But man, being the ingenuity species he is, saw this fire occurring in nature here and there and started fucking with it, started giving it a poke. As soon as we were masters of fire, that, you know what that meant? That meant party time. That meant chill out. That meant having a barbecue. That meant good times. Good times. All the rest is bollocks. Audio artisan, alright, okay, we're going a bit more upmarket here. Commodore Amiga 600 in 1992 is where I began making tunes as a 12-year-old. Oh, yeah, man, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, there was lots of cool shit for the Amiga. That was kind of a bit, not quite past my time. But really, you know, I mean, I didn't want to inflict another computer purchase on my parents, because it was becoming apparent you'd need to buy one of these fucking things every 3 years. But mates of mine, of course, had an Amiga, and it was a very, very cool machine. It was like, fuck me, space age. Flames, I mean lighter. Yeah, a flame's a flame. George, my most painful memory as a schoolboy is Danny Thomas' horrific tackle. Yes. Oh, Gavin Maguire. Oh, yes, man. You've brought that back to me. Ah, yeah, horrible. And, you know, in a similar vein to that, George, we've got another Australian coach that's kind of broken out of the Aussie sphere, the Anglo sphere over here, into coaching in the outside world. Kevin Muscat, I think he's still at Yokohama. He's done well there. He's had a couple of titles there, but I'm not on his track. Kevin Muscat was a dirty sod. I love physicality, and I love roughing up I'm all for roughing up players and giving something to think about. And maybe a niggle, dead leg, a good bruise or something like that. But when you go in for career-ending tackles, I'm not. That's too much, man. I don't like it. Yeah, Gavin Maguire. You know what, man? That is a name I've not thought about for several years. What a bastard! What a bastard! All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a little quick look on. I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I do like summing up Arsenal season like this. Hang on. Do. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see if I've got this right. There we go. There we go. This is what that fraud Arteta tried to jeers troops up with. A fake $5 Alibaba light bulb. Because it is scientifically and physically impossible to light a light bulb up with holding hands like he did. This is what he used. Fraud. It's all built on lies. Arsenal season, lies. Maybe one of the Gooner players, you know, maybe this is why their season fell apart. They're all playing well because they're thinking light bulb. Yeah, I've got the energy, man. I've got the energy. And then one of them sees in the dustbin and they take out this box. Trick light bulb. Oh, Jesus! It's all built on a lie. It's all fabrication. And he tells the other players, fucking hell, man, Arteta's light bulb, it's not real. It's $5. It's $5. He's pushing a fucking switch on it. And they all fall to bits and choke. And I'm hoping that choking spirit continues, man. I really do. Let me have, oh, no, I'm doing the wrong thing here. Hang on. I need to set up hotkeys for that, but I use my Android phone as a keyboard and mouse for my PC, which is sitting over there. That's why I'm like looking in a weird direction, because I've got my big TV up there. I know you know it's supposed to be professional. Look at the camera, but I can't do it. Maybe if I had one eye going there and one eye going there, like an old stripper's boobs, then I'd be all right. But I can't do it. Like a chameleon. I mean, that's a better analogy. A chameleon. Shamu Van, Kevin Muscat is the dirtiest player I've ever seen. Yeah, trash. Absolutely, man. Horrible player. So, yeah, so what I was saying was, yeah, he's an Australian. I'm not up for him going anywhere. So it's not because Ange is Australian that I've been banging on his drum. It's because I just genuinely believe he's one of the best coaches in the world. And I can say that as an Australian just because I've just seen him more than most people outside of Australia. That's all. We've got shit nasty coaches here that I wouldn't be spruiking at all. Yeah, kung fu move. Horrible. Yeah, Shamu, you're right. Kevin Muscat it wasn't just an aberration for him. That was his modus operandi. Horrible. Totally out of order. Oh, here we go. Oh, he's a Millwall legend. Well, I mean, that says it all, doesn't it? Really? I'm not surprised they love that sort of shit. But we've got a bit more class at Tottenham Hotspur, or a bit more fair play. I don't mind, possibly a sly headbutt when the referee's back is turned, but you can't get away with anything with VAR these days. But a little bit of stamping on someone's foot. I don't want to break their metatarsals, but just to make him, think a bit. That's why I like Romero. He gives players something to think about. He did a little bit of a number on Haaland, took him out of the game. So I'm looking forward to a bit more of that from Romero. Hopefully we can get a decent partner at centre half for him. Maybe just and I think once you have a player of a good stature, Romero will be doing that less because he's going to be less desperate. He's going to be less pissed off. It's going to be more controlled aggression. Oh, doing a Sanchez again. And George says, Alibaba light bulb. Didn't he order a magic carpet for the dressing room? Yeah, he probably did, man. I don't know. Maybe Arsenal's not paying him much, so he's going on Wish.com. Maybe he changed. At the same time the light bulb gate came out, he started buying footballs off Alibaba as well. Wish.com. Oh my God! Here we go, Ellie. I love playing Abe's Odyssey. Oh, we're going all retro games. Yeah. I mean, just on the subject, I haven't used it for a while, but I went through the exercise of building like a retro arcade game that you could just put on a USB stick, and if you boot from it, you get all this oldie worldy arcade goodness. And it took me a while to get it going, and get it right. And I used it a little bit, and I haven't done it much since. So I might have to fire it up again at some stage. Shamu says they should make Kevin Muscat volunteer at a hospital for those career-ending tackles. unfortunately, I don't think he's got any. He didn't seem to show any regret for them. I don't think you can do it now. I think that's just his nature, isn't it? There's people around like that, and the reason I didn't want him as manager is because I wouldn't want him to instill that attitude in any of the players, because I'm sure he, if that's who he was as a player, unless he's had a complete turnaround, a complete 180, then that will go onto his squad and team. And I'd hate to see people in a Tottenham Hotspur football club top doing any shit like that. Nasty stuff, not at all, not at all. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just have a quick look at Twitter and see if we've made any superb signings at the end of day one of the transfer window. And I would hazard a guess that we haven't. Oh, there is a notification. Is that a new tweet from Tottenham Hotspur? It's just whatever. Well done, Tottenham. But we got the clock back. The clock. Because I mentioned it on stream yesterday, and I was having a chat with a friend of mine, and I was telling him about it. They've put this clock back, and I must have walked past this clock 100 times, or hundreds of times. I just can't remember it. I've got to, it's been deleted from my memory, or perhaps I didn't know the significance of it. Because it's not like there wasn't more than one old clock in England. I remember there was one at Windsor in the ground, and as the years went on, the glass became more frosted and shitty. I don't know if they've repaired that, or whether they've replaced the clock and just paved over it with a Westfield extension or something like that. So maybe that was just it. There's so many old clocks in England that I just didn't notice it, didn't notice the significance of it. But people who do remember the clock are really happy about it. So that's a really nice thing. That's part one of the plan. Part two, statue of Bill Nicholson. No brainer, Daniel Levy. Statue of Bill Nicholson. That's all you got to do, man. That's what you got to do. If you want to temper these protests, apart from not fucking around with the football side of things, you just stay to looking after your casinos and strip joints and knocking shops and whatever, fingers ENIC has, what seedy pies ENIC has their fingers in. Stay away from the football. Stay away from the football. Statue of Bill Nicholson. It's not like we're asking for fucking much, is it? That's the thing. Gee, and it'll be thousands and millions of people that love it, and they probably in 20 years' time they'll be talking about you when we've won loads of trophies and shit. We're saying, yeah, remember when we hated that Levy guy in ENIC and Fat Joe Lewis on his yacht, investing in money, making clones of himself and consciousness transplants so he's just going to be bloody immortal? Remember when we hated them? And then remember that day they put a statue of Bill Nicholson up and they just let Ange get on with football and we started winning fucking everything in town? Yeah, he did all right in the end, did Daniel Levy. But right now, no. Not on my watch. So I'm just going to have a look through some shit here. Last word on Spurs. Last word on Spurs. You're saying there's no direct conversation between Tottenham Hotspur and Chelsea yet for Conor Gallagher. Let's see what happens in the next few days or hours. Fabrizio Romano was seeing that, was he? Okay. I think Fabrizio is probably the only one I'll give any credit to. And I get it. A lot of what he says is a tap-in. But it's a goal's still a goal, isn't it? Better than these other Fleet Street meathead clowns tapping people's phones, writing bollocks. And I've got spam. Just have a look here. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I tell you what. Hold the phone, everyone. Hold the phone. I hope. Oh no. I'm going to see if I can. I'm going to bring this up on the screen. Wow. This is brilliant. This is a Fabrizio Romano tweet. So I want to get a reaction out of you lot from this. I'm so excited about this. Let me just bring this up. I hope this is genuine. I hope this is if this is a genuine Fabrizio Romano quote, I'm going to be so fucking excited, man. So fucking excited. Come on, where is it? Where the fuck is it? Probably half of you already know what I'm going to talk about here, because you're all on top of this shit much more than me. Where is it? Bloody hell. Fuck. Where is it? I'm beginning to think it's horseshit. Maybe I'll search in Twitter. Maybe that's what I should do. I don't like Twitter. Oh, it's asking to sign in. Oh, piss off. Won't it let me search if I don't sign in? Oh. Okay, just bear with me. This would be worth the wait, everyone. Let's keep going down. Let's keep going down. Let's keep going down. I should be... actually, if I get... What does the tweet say? I mean... Surely, surely, surely. Please. Fuck. Last word on Spurs, man. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Please. Fuck. Well, look, I'll tell you what. I'll bring up the last word on Spurs tweet. I mean, I don't think they're full of shit, these guys. And they're saying it is from Fabrizio. I just can't. I just haven't got the mental capacity to. Oh, fuck off! I can't. Last word on Spurs. You're all probably looking at what I'm trying to find, aren't you? And you've probably all found it before me. Where is it? Here we go. Here we go. Look at this beautiful news here. Oh, I might have to go and knock one out if this is true. Look at this. Isn't this a Christmas present? Day one of the transfer wing. So he says Fabrizio is saying this. There were preliminary discussions, and I fucking said this last night. I fucking said it. I didn't base it on any fact. It's just what I felt was happening in the universe. There were preliminary discussions with Eric Dyer over a new contract a few months ago, but now it's not something advanced, and there is a chance for Dyer to leave Tottenham Hotspur now. It will depend on any centre backs. Fucking sign me. Sign me. £5 a week. £5 a week. Fucking get me in a shirt. Put me on pre-season. I mean, I'm shit, but I'm better than Eric. At least I won't run away from players. They'll have to at least run round me. They'll have to run round an outstretched boot or something like that. Fucking Tottenham, if it means I'll come over for free. Sign me on a free. I'm a free agent. Free agent. You'll get 2 minutes out of me before I collapse, and I'll get booed off the pitch. But if that's what it takes, and every Spurs fan in the world will hate me. Who's this dog shit defender will sign? But I'll just give you 2 minutes, and then that's it, and you'll have some other players. But if that's what it takes, the hatred of all the people, all the football fans I love in the world, just to get rid of Eric Dyer, I'm all in. That's what I'm all in. Get me in. Ange, sign me. I'm going to let you down, but means we get rid of this tosser. Isn't that beautiful news, man? Yes. Come on, you Spurs. Brilliant. Let's see what the... let's see what your takes on it. I mean, surely this is going to get you excited, man. Surely. Come on, man. Come on. That's the sacrifice, man. You know, if you can hate me all, but if it means getting rid of that fucker, I'm all for it. I'll sneak off. I'll shave my beard. I mean, if I shave my beard off and hair, you can see a picture of me sort of more like that in my Twitter profile, because I haven't bothered updating it with some fancy branding shit. I could probably, turn into someone else and maybe bit by bit gain people's affection. Become a bit of a hermit. I'll quietly support Tottenham. Maybe if I do meet other Spurs fans, they won't recognise me as the person that, was total arse. But I'll have the satisfaction in my heart that I'm the guy that got rid of Eric Dyer. I'd love it. George says, Paul, we get linked to 100 players. I know, man. It's always the same, isn't it? Before we actually get one over line. And it's funny, like last transfer window. Hang on, let me calm down. Whew. There we go. Oh, that's better. Nicotine goodness. Remember last summer when the same thing that happens, like you're saying, George, we get linked to 100 players, but we got a few players in I don't think we're even bloody linked to. It was like, oh fuck, Richarlison, Perisic, where did they come from? Yeah, Derek Smith, funkadelic man. Background is funkadelic. I just like it, like I say, I'm trying to make a channel that I'd want to watch, and I love all this crazy shit. Many a time I'll be chilled, relaxing, listening to some good tunes. I love my music, and just lie there, and I'll have my huge TV playing a pattern like that. I'll switch my disco lights on and just have a little party all by myself. Beautiful, beautiful. Sometimes, like when summer comes and the weather's nice, I'll go up on the roof. I'll carry a bit of shit up there, a few lights and lasers and stuff like that. Get some music cranking and just have a bit of a bop around on the roof by myself, Paul G, nice to see you, man. Paul G, even all come on your Spurs. I hope you're all you internet nutters are all typing. What's your reaction to the Eric Dyer news? I love it, love it. George says Tottenham transfers are like peace treaties. They take ages to agree. They do, don't they? I mean, what's so bloody hard? And we're so built. We're so caught up into this, hard-nosed business world of you've got to be a Type A personality. I am nothing if I don't feel like I've won every fucking deal. Well, I hate to break it to you, Enoch and Levy, but football's more football than business, man. And you do have to have some relationships with other teams. Of course, you've got to hate them on the football pitch, but if you start fucking clubs around, they're going to make it even more difficult for you to sign a player next time. Or if you want to offload one, you have to have a little bit of understanding between clubs. And we don't have that with Enoch and Levy. Maybe we've got a bit. Well, we did have a bit with Everton because we got Richarlison for bucket loads. Maybe Levy thought he lost about that, and then he thought, I don't want to be a loser in the eyes of Everton. Let's go in and fucking nick Dan Juma for no reason. Then that sort of levels the balance. That's not how football works, mate. Not how football works. Oh, okay, I was building you a bit of anticipation. Oh. Okay, you thought we were going to sign like someone like Mbappe or Messi or someone like that. I think it's more exciting than that. I think our team without Eric Dyer, void of talent on the pitch, is going to make us better than any Messi can, or improve us much more than any Messi can. Here we go. Queen Ellie. Alfie Con loved him, Paul, before Hoddle. We sang Alfie, Alfie, Alfie. Alfie Bourne is the king of White Hart Lane. Well, I was there. Hoddle was the king of White Hart Lane. Waddle was the king of White Hart Lane as well, because he didn't have to he only had to change one consonant. Easy peasy. I loved a bit of Chrissy Waddle. George says if teams won't buy our players, eBay is an option. Yeah. Put it out on Gumtree or something like that. Tot Spurs, get Dyer out. Then take the rest of the dross we don't want anymore. Getting rid of Eric Dyer sends a bit of a fucking signal to those Muppets, though, doesn't it? If we're getting rid of Eric Dyer, who would probably... I'm trying to think now. So if we've got Dyer, Davies, Sanchez, and Ganga, Rodon, Winks and Don Bello, or whoever the bloody hell you want to get rid of, getting rid of the king of the twats, Mr. I'm on the players' leadership committee. You know, Daniel Levy loves me because, you know, managers love me. You know, Jose Mourinho loves me because I can habla Portuguese to him, or whatever speak is in Portuguese. If he goes, that sends shivers down their fucking spines. It's great. Love it. Steady as shark. I had no idea. Oh, aren't you lot good? You didn't get, because it took me a lot of faffing around there, fanging around. Aren't you lot good? You joined me on the journey. You didn't cheat. Very nice, man. I hope it was worth the wait. I hope it was worth the wait. I had no idea what to expect. That is welcome. You know, and I said this last night on a stream. You know, there was a lot of speculation and shit about Eric Dyer wangling his way, worming his way into a new contract, and I think Ange might have had something to say about that. Who I don't know how long Ange was. Look, Ange would have been bloody looking at Spurs because apparently his agent was sniffing around Tottenham for months trying to get in the gig. Not that Ange gave anything less than 100% to Celtic, but his agent was doing a bit of feelers. He would be watching, because all Ange does in his spare time is watch football games. You know, at his place he's got 10 screens watching all. He's got such a football brain, right? He can watch 10 screens of live games and highlights and replays all at the same time, and his football brain just absorbs and learns what he needs to know. He's like a super fast Cray computer when it comes to football knowledge. He's just going like that. So, bang, as soon as he signs up, Eric Dyer, sling your hook. He already knows. I thought it weird the way those rumours were quietening down, man. They were quietening down. Audio artisan, got to get Dyer out. Yep, can't wait. George says whoever buys Dyer gets 60 laps on a car circuit. That's about his value, isn't it, man? That's about it. You know. Oh, all right. Maybe, you know, if Levy's like haggling and the other team's playing, all right, we're chucking a skywalk. We're not going to stretch to a boxing match though. You get skywalk, you get 60 laps on a circuit. Let's shake it. Put it there. That's it. Let's make a deal. Let's make it happen. Get that twat off our wage books. Get him out as an influence from the dressing room. I've heard opinions where the opinion that he's good in the dressing room because of his language skills. Football brain. If you all got a football brain, you don't need language skills. You know, you can tell from the emotion and all that. I mean, fuck's sake. I mean, I don't think Eric Dyer knows how to say man on in 11 languages, does he? All he knows what to say in 11 languages. What the fuck were you doing? Why didn't you pick him up? As he's just standing there like a motionless tit. You know, that's the only things he can say in 11 languages. And I love you, boss. I love you. I'm really going to buy into your philosophy. I'm going to work hard. He can say that in 11 languages. He doesn't know what Portuguese or Japanese for bloody man on is. Or, you know, Spanish, man on. He doesn't even know how to say it in English. Don't croak it for the hatred of Dyer, says Paul. You know, it'd be worth it. I will have the satisfaction of knowing that I did the right thing. And I'll just vanish from the internet. And everyone can remember, what an arsehole. But I'll have the satisfaction of knowing I've done Tottenham Hotspur a solid. It was in the corner before. It was really being hyped up, wasn't it? I was getting so annoyed about it. There seemed to be like genuine hubbub around him getting another contract. Yeah, I'm with you, Derek. Don't think we've kept Longley. We've got Longley, Long Gap. I don't know. Yeah, you know, I don't think so. I did a stream about this a couple of days ago, and I was kind of being swayed by you internet nutters that, you know, if it's only €6 million, maybe he's worth keeping around as a backup. You know, I'm just a leaf that floats in any old wind that's going, man. You know. But I did see Sim on We Are Tottenham TV, and he was pretty adamant about it, saying that, you know, well, signing him as a backup, it's you know. that means we're not gonna fill that position. You know, surely there's someone better that can do it. And if we get rid of Longley, then we have to do something about it. I think, you know, and I'm kind of swaying back to that. You know, I don't want us to be signing, even if, you know, you get what you pay for, don't you? And if he's cheap, he's shit. Good things comes to he who waits, shit turns up straight away. George, what you vaping? I've got some rum tobacco by El Bacca. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty, yeah, it's just a bog standard vape. I used to mix all my own juice. I used to have you know, my nicotine solution and mix it with flavours myself. So I know exactly what's in it. With this little bad boy here, this one here. But unfortunately, the clowns in the Australian government, the nanny state, unlike every other country in the world, you could never buy the nicotine in Australia for one thing. You had to import it for overseas. But now it's not legal to do that for personal use. It used to be, but the only way you can do that now is to get a prescription, and you know, it's on my to-do list. But what that has done is, you know, until I found these things which you can just buy on the sly, because even these are not supposed to be sold, is, you know, I'm a sad nicotine addict, I'm afraid. There's no change in the way my brain is wired. And you know, I'd start buying bloody cigarettes, which are $50. No shit, they're $50 a packet. So you can only do that so much. I might give Zyban a go. If I'm going to go to the doctor, I might hedge my bets. I'll have a prescription for Zyban and a prescription for nicotine, just in case, you know, I lack the will. Because unfortunately, I do like a bit of nicotine. I missed one from George. How on earth does a rich club like us deal with loans and frees? I know, man. It's you know, when you used to go to Woolworths and you look in the bargain bucket of CDs, it was always, I just remembered how I got fucking ripped off by one, actually, you know. So I was in a Woolworths, and this was in the days where Walkmans were the thing with cassette tapes, and I was looking in the bargain bin, and I saw an album with the Doors, and I thought, I quite like the Doors. And it was an album called Full Circle. It was like £1. I thought, fuck it, this is great. Little did I realise that's the album they realised after Jim Morrison had passed on, and it was absolute shit. So you get what you pay for. El Cockerel. I thought you share the love and peace for all at TSC, including the Nah, no, man. My love only goes so far. Look, you know, sometimes love has got to be a reciprocal thing, hasn't it? You know, a love that you're just, you know, a general love for all humanity and everyone. You know, that's great. You know, and deep down, I guess I do have a bit of love for Eric Dyer, you know, as a human being. You know, but that's completely overridden by him showing us none of the same, none of the commitment, none of the ability. He hides from the ball. He does hospital passes. He just points at everyone. He hands behind the back, side on, get a shot off. You may have seen my video I did on the Irish Hotspur a while ago about that. And I've done an interview with Eric Dyer on my channel somewhere. As far as football goes, no, get rid of him. Can't stand him. Can't stand him, man. And I know you're just trying to fucking wind me up. That's what you're doing. You're baiting me, Jose, and it's working. George says, Aegis Legend, I got the same thing. Yeah. So I do want to get back to mixing my own stuff because it is dirt cheap apart from anything else. But these things are still way cheaper than $50 a packet. That's how they're getting people. You know, it's what a rip-off. You know, there's poor suckers like me that, you know, when I was growing up, every fucker smoked. The first thing if you ever went round to someone's house, you know, a mate's house, first thing their mum would do is, would you like an ashtray? You know? So I've gone from that world to where it's like verboten, ich nicht fumieren, or whatever it is, nicht roken in Dutch, and you know my brain's already formed, isn't it? It's too late for me. So what they're doing now is they're creaming in on me by charging 50 packets of smokes, and I'm not going to do that. Bugger them. Derek Smith, it's all about buying the right players for the way Postecoglou wants his team to play. Cost isn't the biggest factor. Yeah, like, you know, I think George is really sort of talking about. I think you're both right here. So all this loan crap. Freeze can be all right, you know, sometimes. But I get what you're saying, George. I get what you're saying. But I think you're saying something slightly different. I think you both can join hands here in harmony, because it isn't about the cost. You know, it's not about the penny pinching ways that we've done it. It's about seeking out a good player. And I mean, you're right. Ange Postecoglou with his 10 monitors. It's like the bat cave he's got. He's got the Ange cave. He's got the Ange cave with just every bit of football coverage that's on at any time in the planet. You know, he'll be coming home from White Hart Lane after geeing the players up, and then he'll sit back in his bat cave. You know, he's got a great family. It looks like they're all supportive of him in his endeavours. So I mean, from what I've seen, like his wife's fully behind him. You know, which is beautiful to see, because you know he's going from this country to that country. They're moving. You know, it might not be the easiest of lives for family members to settle in and move and settle in, but they're all on board with him. So that's beautiful to see. So Ange is there in his Ange cave, looking at all the football, the football information superhighway. Just nonchalantly glassing up. Doesn't even have to give it his full attention, man. He's got that power. He's having a sandwich. You know, he's probably having a Vegemite sandwich, to use a cliche that all you people over in the old Dart would like. And he's just absorbing it. And he'll say, oh, right, that player. Dagenham and Redbridge, sign that player. You know, that's what he's going to be doing. And he's going to be right every time. Dyer the cone, says Paul G. Yeah, I know. I've made this argument. A cone would be a more effective defender, because a cone doesn't move away from the attacker, does it? It stays there. They've got to at least dribble round it and maybe fuck it up. You know, when you're moving away from a player, players just go, fucking hell, this is easy. Bang, top bins. Derek Smith, I don't agree with booing individual players on the pitch, though. Sure, boo the whole team, but not individuals. Hardly helps the cause. Yeah, you know, I don't think there's any rights and wrongs, man. You know, I get that opinion. You know, and you're right, it doesn't help the cause. But sometimes they're just fucking awful, aren't they? I get the frustration as well. And it's hard for me to say whether I would or would not boo a player, because I'm not in the situation where I have to make that choice. You know, if I'm at a ground and I'm surrounded by players booing, by fans booing, would I feel like booing? Would I just get carried along like a brainless sheep and boo? I really don't know. So it's pretty hard for me to judge on what's right and wrong about it. But I get that people feel strongly about it, that you shouldn't boo. That, you know, Eltel Cockerell. With the news about Son playing, with the news about Son playing most of the season with an injury, yes. Yeah, he's having a hernia operation. There seems to be some whom believe that he was not the only one. I would question our the medical department. Where are we? Spurs medical department talk. Yep, that's right. It's hammer time. Hammer time. I got this piece of expensive medical equipment from the Spurs medical department. And I reckon Sonny went in there, you know, when I was stretching or straining, I got a right fucking pain on my stomach. And the Spurs medical department, let's give him the fucking hammer. It's just a sprained ankle. Let's tap those ligaments back into place. There we go, Sonny. Good as new. Off you go. Give him that hammer. Bloody Spurs medical department. But, you know, yeah, I mean, that was, you know, players can get through a lot on adrenaline. Even a shit player like myself played with cracked ribs. And the thing is, when you're playing, as soon as you stop moving, that's when it starts hurting. The thing with an injury, if you keep going, no matter what, that's when you don't feel it. I've done the same when I'm skiing. I used to do a little bit of competitive skiing years ago, and if you're carrying an injury, you know, it hurts like fuck when you're going up the ski lift. But when you're in it and doing the race, you don't even feel it, man. You don't even feel it. But it does. It's going to affect your performance. You know, hernias are, you know, it's not serious in the scheme of things, but it can be if you don't treat it right. So and it's probably one of the reasons why Sonny was just, you know, not finding it. You know, I think there's a few. Look, I mean, you can't go from Golden Boot winner to, you know, shadow, can you, in one season? I mean, he's played out of position. He probably, you know, maybe I'll give Kulusevski some benefit of the doubt here. You know, they're attacking players, and we weren't playing attacking football. You know, even if you're trying to genuinely give 100%, if you're doing that for a whole year or two, you're going to maybe lose 2%. And in a game of fine margins, that's the difference between great and being dog shit, really. So I hope Sonny gets treated. I hope Sonny goes and finds his own doctor, because who knows, if they're diagnosing a hernia, he's probably got a dislocated shoulder, you know. Yeah, your shoulder's a bit sore. Yeah, we'll just tap that hernia back into the place. The body's a system. It's all linked together. I'll get some crystals out. You'll be good as new. Course of leeches. There we go. George is saying, I mean, Raya is in London. He says he wants to sign. Brentford want to sell. What the sod is the hold up? I know. And wouldn't it be funny, like, if, you know, first game of the season, Raya away to his own club, you know? Look, a few days ago, George, I did a video about this, and, you know, and I was in full agreement. What's the fucking hold up? Let's just get him in the door, blah, blah, blah. I'm being a bit swayed by another argument to this, and this is coming from people that are no fans of Enoch and Levy. By the way, they're not. You know, this is like what I'd say normal fans. Their point of view is right. So Brentford, he wants to leave Brentford, right? Like you say, he wants to leave Brentford. Brentford's asking price, if you believe the Fleet Street meatheads, is 40 million. Maybe that is too much, you know. Maybe that is too much. You know, maybe we are right to go in with a bid of 25 to 30. Maybe we are. The only thing I really don't want to see is it dragging on for weeks and weeks and weeks. You know, I want to get him in ideally before any, you know, key players. I'd like to get him in before pre-season, but you know, a goalkeeper can pick up the ropes of Angie's system, I think, quicker than an outfield player. So, you know, part of me is impatient. I want to get them in the door. It sets a tone for how Tottenham is going to do business. But, you know, on the other hand, you know, 10 million is, you know, we could do more with that elsewhere. So perhaps, you know, that might be, you know, Hiroshi Ito, something like that. You know, if we get on to August and this shit is still going on, then, you know, I think me and the other fans that are trying to be a little bit patient or understanding. One guy I was having a chat with, I won't say who he is, you know, because you know, these are private conversations. I don't think he would have a problem, because I don't think it's particularly controversial, but I don't want to make that judgment myself. They said Brentford are taking the piss with how much they want. So maybe there's some truth in that, man, you know. Paul G, Marmite about Vegemite, Tim Tams above Marmite above Vegemite, Tim Tams above. Tim Tams kick the shit out of penguins, man. You know, pick up a penguin. No way, man. Tim Tams are gorgeous. That was the experience of living in Perth, man. You know, if you have, especially if you like to indulge in what you say, because I don't want to come across YouTube's sort of moral guidelines here, even though, you know, I've got a prescription. That's one thing I did go to a doctor about, was to get a prescription for this. If you enjoy, shall I say, the odd musical cigarette, Tim Tams, oh, heaven on earth, man. Paul G, that hammer has had more appearances than 48 appearances than Dan Juma did at Spurs. I know, man. I know. What? I mean, that was just crap all round, wasn't it? Crap all round. We've knackered our relationship with Everton, so they're going to not be happy with us. We fucked Danjuma around, so we fucked the player around. I don't think we're really going to sign him. It doesn't sound like we're really interested in him. We wasted money. The whole thing was a complete farce, wasn't it? I mean, I don't know how much more evidence people need that Daniel Levy is a complete clown. When it comes, like people say, when it comes to football, I think he's a complete clown anyway. I think he's a crap businessman. You know, I don't think it takes a genius to buy shit. When you've got a certain amount of money, it just kind of prints itself. You're not doing anything yourself, are you? I mean, Daniel Levy didn't build the stadium. He just got other people to do it. Go and build me a fucking stadium. Get the planning permission sorted out. You fuckers do it. He didn't do it. But Danjuma, absolute nonsense. That was the same brains trust that gave us the Brian Hill deal, wasn't it? Where, we give them the Lamella and 21 million, and they keep Brian Hill. I'm just worried about him coming back to Spurs. Do we have to give Sevilla another player? I mean, it's just arse about face. Derek is saying because everyone, not just Spurs, agree that 40 million is too much money. Yeah, I mean, they're a side. Yeah, you see, but I get George's frustration, you see. LTL Cockerell, Sonny had the op 2 weeks ago. Okay. Okay, you two are, discussing that. I've said my bit. LTL Cockerell, it's late. I'm going to have to go to Scoot. I haven't got quite the window on the right place. Get some shut-eye. All ready for the Ashes in the morning? Yes, man. Come on, England. Can't wait. Stuff the Aussies. So, as far as cricket goes, I'm all in on England, man. I can't stand the Australian cricket team. Bunch of sooks. Ashes in the morning. Take care, my friends. Yeah, I'm going to be watching a bit of that tonight. Take care, man. Look forward to your stream tomorrow, man. Kulu possibly going to Newcastle. Thoughts on this? Personally, I'm not that keen on Kulu. I think we need something different out on the wing. Yeah. I mean, the concern I do have about Kulu is he going to be? And again, yeah, he's. I mean, I think it's got shades of Longley a bit about it to me, to be honest. We know the price. They're trying to haggle it. It's not going to be that expensive. Get him in the door. And sometimes I do think like top because he didn't show us anything last season, really, did he? It was such a drop off. He was coming inside. He was getting found out. And I'm just wondering, can Spurs do better? You know what I mean? So we're going to have to fork out twice. If we play him and he's not good enough, we're going to have to buy another one anyway. My jury's out on the guy, Jury's out on the guy. Look, if we sign him, I'll get behind him. But I kind of think we could do better. And what I'm worried about is having a player around that maybe doesn't want to be there and just hanging around on a contract that's too long and not putting a shift in. I don't know if that's in Kulu's makeup but it's it's hard to say because a lot of our players were shit last year, weren't they? And again, you know what? This is my internal dialogue here. You won't get any sense out of this channel, man. Anyone. Just like Son was maybe playing in a way of football that he didn't want to do, maybe Kulu was as well. Maybe a Kulu with a Porro behind him, then you're starting to look at something quite exciting. I guess what I'm saying is, as long as we buy someone in that position, or perhaps use a Porro. I don't think we've got quite enough coverage there though. If we don't take up the option on Kulu, we've got to get someone in there, And if there's no one available, there's a Sancho around. I haven't seen Sancho enough to make an opinion on that. There's a potential with someone like a Sancho, we could get him cheap because he's been displaced at Man United. Whether he's worth it or not, I don't know, man. I just don't know. But Kulu last season, it was the season before, it was a no-brainer. Kulu this season, there's definitely question marks. George, how many players that Levy has brought in have been a waste of money? And how many millions did we lose just to the last manager? Well, man, this is a really good point you're raising here, George. You know, he's all for saving money here and there and penny pinching on players. It doesn't seem that he generally does that when it comes to managers. And, you know, my dark, cynical mind, because, you know, I'm all for peace and love in the world, but sometimes I'm a real prick as well. There was a stage when it was in the January window, I think, Aston Villa we lost. And I was really dark on Levy. I did a video on the Irish Hotspur, and I described it as a football Ponzi scheme, you know? Football Ponzi scheme. It is expensive. It can be expensive to build a squad of razzle-dazzle players that will excite fans. And even though manager is expensive, it's cheaper than buying a squad of players, isn't it? I'm thinking it was a bit of a con job getting the likes of Jose and Conte through the door. I mean, it got me excited. Jose not so, but Antonio was more excited. That's why I feel so let down by the guy. And what you say is perfectly right. We're saving money on players, but we've had to pay all these managers out. I might be wrong on this, but up until the end of last season, in theory, unless other extra deals were done, but we would have had to pay a fair bit. We still had Poch under contract, Jose, Nuno, and Conte. We're still, in effect, buying off 4 managers, man. I really hope Levy's learnt his lesson from this. But unfortunately, he just doesn't seem to be a man that learns. He always, you know, he's under the illusion he's doing a great job. He can't understand why people are pissed off with him. And I really don't want to see the same shit happen with Ange, man. I really don't. I want him to be 4 years. 4 years. Her Royal Highness Queen Ellie. Queen Ellie, that's the royalty I would curtsy to. No old sausage, quiche feet eating clown. But no politics, man, no politics. I'm Australian, I'm allowed to say that. I'm not English. Well, I am English, you know, when it suits me. I'm everything when it suits me. Citizen of the world, fuck it. Countries are stupid anyway. They're just useful for sport and football. World Cup and the Olympics, that's it. Queen Ellie says, you know, TV sitcom Everybody Loves Raymond. Well, now we've got Everybody Loves Romano. Haha. For dropping the news that dire contract talks have started and we could sell the dud. I mean, you know what? I thought he was a guy for the shredder contract. I mean, not him. Not putting him literally in a meat grinder. That would be horrible. But I thought we would have to spend money to get rid of him. And you know what? It would have been worth every sweet penny, every sweet cent, anything. But I mean, if we can get money for him, I mean, that'd be a fucking laugh. That'd be ridiculous. Brilliant. Dan Juma says Derek Smith was down to Paratici. Yeah, look, Paratici. We should never have got him in the club because there was that Juventus-shaped corruption cloud hanging over him. And by any means, we should, you know, when soon as it became more public and he got charged by UEFA or the Italian FA and he couldn't do business in Italy, it was an absolute fucking no-brainer, man, that UEFA and FIFA were just going to expand that, weren't they? They're not going to really, you know, go against a decision like that of a member FA. I really couldn't have seen it. Why we kept him dragging around, you know, putting him up in a Holiday Inn or a travel tavern, you know, doing videos in the toilet of a happy eater, a little chef, with the production. I mean, I've got more production video than that Paratici exit video. And you know what? The thing that really bloody annoyed me about the timing of that was FIFA or UEFA said they were going to make a decision on it by that time. So it wasn't like a fucking surprise when it happened. I don't know. Total incompetence from Tottenham. You know, when you look at the signings that Paratici made, Kulu, good at the time. Despite my question marks, but what the fuck do I know? I'm just a clown and nutter on the internet. Anyone can go on the internet and say what they want. That's the shit thing about it, and the good thing, I suppose. So yeah, those two, and was Romero one of his? I'll even count that. We did sign an awful lot of shit under him as well. You know, it's that Italian pragmatic-minded game of football. You know, awful. Tay-Man asked, did you watch the Socceroos versus Argentina last night? No, I was doing a stream on the Irish Hotspurs channel. Missed out on it. But I might watch some highlights later. Losing 2-0 to Argentina is no embarrassment with that. I like our coach. I really like our coach at the moment, Graham Arnold. I think he's doing a fantastic job. You know, we had a brilliant World Cup, getting through to the last 16. Playing nice, good football, strong football. He's a good guy, good guy. You know, he's not a guy that's scared of saying outrageous shit like, you know, we're going to the World Cup to win it. That's what you want to hear, man. If you're setting your limit on just getting through to the last 16 or not losing a game, that's what you're going to end up with. You know, when you say you're going to win something, which I hope Ange comes out, he won't probably directly say we're going to win a title, but he's going to talk a bit about glory and success. Then it's better, like Bill Nicholson says, it's better to fail aiming high than succeed failing low. That is the Tottenham Hotspur fabric, man. You know, that is the fabric. So fuck it. And it, you know, okay, you might get bantered by other fans. You might have wankers like Simon Jordan saying we're all dreamers or unrealistic. I don't care what they say. I couldn't give a shit. I couldn't give a shit. If someone comes up to me at the end of the season and says, you're in the mud. That seems to be the phrase that kids on the internet are using these days. You're in the mud. You said Tottenham would do the treble at the beginning of the year, Hotspur hippie, and we finished 12th in the table. I couldn't give a shit. Couldn't give a shit. I've aimed high, and hopefully there's been a bit of an echo in the glory of not getting it. But if you don't aim for it, you'll never fucking get it. Derek saying a high press game should suit Kulusevski. Yeah, maybe it will, mate? Because, you know, there were times, actually, when we kind of did that. It was just fleeting glimpses of it last season. But when we did do it, it kind of gave us I think it might have given us a couple of goals against Man City. You know, when we were 2-0 up at half-time before, you know, Eric Dyer went into full traffic cone mode and we started leaking 4 goals after half-time. But I'm pretty sure one of those goals came from those dudes up front. I don't know if Kulusevski was playing. That general thing, when we did press up high, put them under pressure, as Ward Jackie would say, it led to a goal. Pretty sure of it. We put them under pressure, and I think it was their goalkeeper made a fuck up, wasn't it? Yeah, their goalkeeper did a Lloris and just chucked it down one of our throats, and we scored. So Totspur says, yeah, how I see it too, Paul. If he goes to Newcastle or anywhere else, fine with me. I want players who will fight for our badge, and I don't feel for Kulu. Yeah, you know. I mean, if he's having discussions with Newcastle, I suppose, you know, he's got to look after his own career. If it looks like we're dragging our fucking heels, he's got to, you know, he doesn't want to be floating around like an Eric Dyer in the toilet, does he? Derek Smith. I know you're a Postecoglou fan, but do you think he will be a real success at Spurs? And with all the fans in the stadium, will all the fans be in the stadium be patient enough? Derek, my friend, I am as certain as I can be about any manager coming into Tottenham Hotspur being a success. If there is any possibility of anyone in the world giving a bit of glory and success to Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, I have no doubt at all that Big Ange Postecoglou is the guy to do it. I have no doubt. You know, this isn't like a, you know, Brendan Rodgers situation. We are getting an elite coach, and this is the reason I've been banging on his drum. Probably because there aren't many Australian Spurs fans out there, you know, or that have gone online, stuck their head above the cyber wall to say hello, because we are at the arse end of the world, and it is a, you know, it is difficult timing watching some of this shit. the reason I'm saying this, man, is because I've seen him, and I've seen how he coaches. I see how he gets fans on side, all reading off the one playbook. And that one LP he's got is Ange's greatest hits of Total Football, man. Everyone loves that. Everyone loves listening to that music, man, wherever he goes. And there's not many managers in the world that can do something like that. You know, just you wait and see, man. If there is a chance, and I know we've got shitty ownership. We've had shitty ownership since 1983, for God's sake, you know. But even I think Ange is such a good guy, man, that he's going to make it impossible for them not to support him, and I think he's going to make it impossible for the fans not to get fully behind him, man. But you know what? Don't take my words for it, man. You know, you can use your own eyes and own ears and your own heart to make your judgment, man. I'm guessing you haven't seen as much of Ange as I have, and that's completely understandable, man. You know, he's been peddling his football trade in a non-football country at the arse end of the world. I mean, no one else in the world gives a fuck about Australia. You know, we like to think we're on the world stage. No, we're not. I'm surprised there's some maps out there that can't even be arsed having Australia on it. We're a nothing tin pot country over here. And, you know, I say that with a bit of affection because I kind of like being a tin pot country that everyone ignores. I wish we'd be more ignorable as well. So planet stupid and get on with their shit. But no, I've seen this guy how he is, man, and I'm sure, right? When you start seeing him give press conferences, if you're a bit sceptical at the moment, which I totally get, man, totally get. I reckon not even you. That's unfair. I reckon you will start to warm, and the more that you see of him, the more you'll see what I see. I am convinced, man. I can't put it any stronger, man. Like when Conte was on his way out after he had his unacceptable, everyone's fucked except me. I'm a fucking genius. I'm football. Look at what, you know, all that shit, right? I've been watching Ange in detail, like the Australian national team, Yokohama. But the thing that really, and even then, like, I thought he was a great manager, but I wasn't even thinking of in terms of managing our club, which is the greatest football club the world has ever seen. Don't let anyone tell you anything else, man. But it's at Celtic, right? Forget all this shit about a two-horse race, right? If you're a Celtic fan or you're a Rangers fan, you want to win everything. If you don't win everything, if you get beaten by the mob down the road, it's been a shit season, right? You know, so there's still immense pressure, you know, especially, you know, when Ange went into that job and all the fans, our fans are in a better position than Celtic fans were back then, right? Celtic fans only had his track record for like Australia A-League and J-League, so they were really, really quite sceptical about him, you know, because they were all Eddie Howe'd up. Remember that? They were all on the Eddie Howe bus. We're going to get Eddie Howe managing our club. He's going to walk in the gates of paradise, right? And all that was a complete fuck up. They had 100 days without a managerial appointment. Board was all over the place. Fans were divided. You know, Rangers had creamed them the year before. They were really pissed off up there, man. Really pissed off. And Ange came in and they were just thinking, what the fuck are we doing here? You know, what are we doing? We've never heard of this guy. Is this how low we've sunk? And I'll tell you what, man. First press conference. Sitting there in a Celtic tie. Not that he won all the fans over instantly, but, you know, they started climbing on board, man. They started buying into his vision for Celtic, you know. And then, so even though they had no experience of Celtic before, they had a bit of a rocky start to the season. They started getting more and more on board, you know. So and they loved him by the end of it. They loved him. Celtic fans are absolutely gutted that he's gone. You know, forget all this, it's only Scottish football, you know, forget all that bollocks. Now, us as Tottenham fans, we have got the benefit of seeing how he did at Celtic as well. Now, I know a lot of people say it's a lower league, but, you know, it's a league more on our doorstep that we're more aware of what he did in the J-League, man. So I think our fans are going to warm to him twice as quick as Celtic fans. I'm not saying our fans are better than Celtic fans, you know. It's just that we've got more, we can see more of what Ange has done than what Celtic fans have done at the time. So I've got no doubts, man. I've got no doubts. You wait. I reckon Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, White Hart Lane is going to be absolutely thumping. And if you're around and you have the chance to sample some of that, you are going to have a brilliant year, man. A brilliant year. That's what I hope, you know. Football's a funny old game, though, you know. Anyway, where are we going? George is saying Rail will sign for another club. Oh, come on, turn that frown upside down, George. How can winning things be unrealistic? Pointless being a football club. Oh no, you're all having a fight with each other. I'm not going to get involved in all that. Oh, hang on, I'll just check WhatsApp here. Someone's pinging me. What's happening here? Okay, nice stress back, Steve. Hey man, how you going? How you going? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I'll join. Yeah, right. So I'm not using StreamYard at the moment, man, because I cocked up. I realised you only get 20 hours streaming with that a month. So I'm doing it all manually myself now. So what I'm going to do is when the next month ticks over and I get it for free again, I'll use StreamYard when I'm doing like having people on and having a chat, and then I'll use this setup when I'm just talking shit on my own. That way I'll easily be I'll be able to do 20 hours of people coming on in a month. You know, I'm thinking of doing something like maybe 2 streams a week with people like yourself. I mean, and you're always, you're more than welcome, to come on, man. I'll probably do, I'll be doing 20 hours of chats a month, which is what, it's, that's 5 hours a week. 5 hours a week I think is plenty to talk to you internet nutters. My problem is I didn't think I would possibly do 20 hours of streaming. Most of it was on my own anyway. So I burnt all the freebie goodness out of StreamYard, So, I've looked at how I can bring people on here. There's ways of doing it, but it's all a bit, I've got to fuck about. And it's not, StreamYard is easy to do that sort of stuff. Doing it in this OBS thing, it's a bit more tricky to do. And, I ain't got the brain to do it. Plus, I'm going to be going away to the Blue Mountains. I'll be doing a bit more lo-fi up there. It is possible I might just buy StreamYard for 1 month if the whim hits me. But I've got to remember to cancel it because I don't, when the season starts, I already have to bloody subscribe to. What do I have to do? Optus Sport, KO, Stan Sport. Luckily, we're not in Europe this year, so that's cool. I worked out last year. It's about $1,000 I was spending on fucking streaming stuff, man. It was ridiculous. $1,000 a year. It's ridiculous, man. So I'm being a real tight ass about it. But when I'm up in the Blue Mountains, I might decide, fuck it, it's worth it just to do it for 1 month because I'm not going to have quite the technology to stream. My laptop's shit, so I'll probably be doing it more from my phone anyway. And with StreamYard, it's easy to do on your phone. So I might just do it for a month. But yeah, you'll be able to tell when I'm doing one of those shows because you won't get all this psychedelic shit behind me, man. But thanks for the offer, man. Thanks for the offer. I mean, you could come on and educate me, man, so that's cool. Tot Spurs, Aussie's dream. There we go, man, there we go. Feeling I'm getting Paul, says Derek Smith. People crap on about him, not having the experience in the top leagues, but I don't think that matters, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're the right guy for the job, you're the right guy for the job. That's what it comes down to. So, I mean, am I right in guessing? And I'll put this generally to the chat, maybe actually. Were some of you like a bit like, oh, we deserve a better manager than this, or I've never heard of the guy, he's coming from the lower leagues, which I'm not saying that to sort of bag any people out because I understand why people would say that. Were any of you like in that camp of being a bit doubtful that we've made the right appointment and now you're sort of getting a bit more excited and a bit more enthusiastic about the appointment because you've been doing shit on YouTube and all that sort of stuff, or maybe you've been seeing fan channels, because I see a lot of fan channels getting very excited at the moment. You know, last word on Spurs coming around, fighting cock, Ben and Sim. I mean, Sim was I wouldn't say he wasn't happy, but you could tell he was a bit deflated. He seems to be getting a bit buoyed up by it now, you know. So I think it's just a normal thing. I mean, if any of you are like that, it's cool. Because if it's happened to me 20 years ago and it's happened to you, you know, in the last couple of weeks, it's going to happen to everyone else, man. George says the ones that say Postecoglou will fail must have crystal balls. Yeah, you know. But you know, I'm not. And you've got to remember as well, you know, supporting Tottenham Hotspur has been bloody hard for the last few years. It really has. So I empathise with people that are saying, "Oh, this is just another one that's not gonna go right." But when you see him talk, and when you see our players on the pitch, good times are coming, man. Good times are coming. 7 league titles is pretty outstanding. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I believe it would be. He won 2 as a player, South Melbourne, 2 as a coach of South Melbourne, 1 as a manager of Brisbane Roar, 1 as manager of Yokohama, and 2 as Celtic. I can't remember what numbers I've said. I think it adds up to 8, but it might be 7. Anyway, I'm not going to split hairs. It is outstanding, you know. It is outstanding. And they said, yeah, you've got a good point. All for teams that were not doing so well. Yokohama hadn't won anything in 15 years. Celtic had a shit year the year before. Brisbane Roar had won fuck all before and fuck all since. Sounds good, Paul. Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Steve. Strasbourg, Totspur. Oh yeah, you're talking with each other here. Guys, Audio Artisan. I really wanted Slot, but I'm defo excited by Ange. You know, like when I was going on about Ange being my number 1 choice and all that, but I didn't think it would actually happen. You know, I really didn't. When I looked at Slot a little bit, I thought, yeah, you know, if we appointed this guy, I could be enthused and excited about this guy. I liked his demeanour. Nagelsmann, no, I couldn't. There was a bad vibe with Nagelsmann. He seemed to be a bit more, you know, a bit of an academic. I heard him talk about, you know, he was using words like psychology, right? You know, and you know, you and I, you internet nutters and understand, you know, about psychology a little bit, but when it comes to football, that's not the words you start using. You know, that's just classroom talk, isn't it? You know, football, we say things like getting in people's heads and motivating and stuff like that. When you talk about psychology, if I hear a football manager saying stuff like that too often, which is he did, I mean, a lot of managers will say it on the one-off, but that seemed to be one of his big selling points, and that's what really put me off. Derek Smith, I think we're aware of his brand of football, and that just has to be exciting. You know, it's going to be fun. You know, and you know, it could be the dream that we'll win loads of stuff with Ange, and in 2 years he'll go off to manage Real Madrid and Barcelona. And I, for one, will enjoy this holiday whirlwind romance. But, you know, I'm happy that the fact that Tottenham, out of all the Premier League offers he had, he held out for us. He wants to be at Tottenham. And I think he knows a bit about Tottenham's history. I think he can feel it. You know, we're not just some club that's been built off on dirty dollars and stupid dollars and bottomless pits. We're a proper football club. That's what Tottenham is. It's a proper bloody football club. And football is all about football, first and foremost. There isn't a fucking chance he would have gone to Man City, okay. I mean, he's been looked at as maybe a Pep replacement, but he's older than Pep, you know. And I'm not saying Man City aren't a proper football club either, but it's like Chelsea. Chelsea are a shit football club. George, is there any chance Ange will call Levy if things don't work out? It's funny I'm having to think about that. So I'm not going instant no, am I? Look, if he's going to do it, he's going to do it to his face. I'm still thinking he can work Levy out, man. He can get Levy around. I just think it's too compelling. It's too compelling. I mean, we're going to learn a bit from this transfer window, aren't we? If Levy's going to start fucking him around instantly. But look, let's put it this way: if it goes all really bad in closed doors, to his face, no. Well, I don't know if he uses that word. You know, I've not heard in the bleeps or anything I've seen of Ange him saying that word, but he certainly would throw a few choice words at him. Maybe. Well, but he's controlled though. He's controlled. He's not a loose cannon, man, unless it needs to be, like when he's sending a rocket up the players. But put it this way, Daniel Levy will be left under no illusions of what Ange Postecoglou wanted to do and how he felt Levy let him down, if that happens. Oh, fading in. All right, let's have a quick look at Twitter here, see if there's any news, because I mean that Eric Dyer news is a bloody ripper, isn't it? See if we've got any updates here. Oh, it's the Eric Dyer news is spreading through the Twitterverse. It's getting a few retweets. I mean, how do you feel as a player? You know, where people are excited about you going, but he bloody deserves it, man. Bloody deserves it. He's weak. He's absolutely weak. Oh, here's one. Oh, okay, here we go. Last word on Spurs. Are saying that Di Marzio are saying there have been positive talks between Tottenham Hotspur and Juventus for Dejan Kulusevski, and in the last few hours, and there is now confidence he will stay in England. An agreement could be reached between the clubs for a fee in the region of 30 million. I think that's less than what we were supposed. Look, Juventus are on the bloody ropes anyway. So, well, you know, it looks like, well, and I, for one, fully support Dejan Kulusevski. Look, if he signs, you know, he's one of us, isn't he? Until he just lets us down. If. You know, like I said when I was on the fence about Kulusevski, if Ange can get him to do, and Sonny can get to do what he was doing the season before and improve and be even better, why not? Why not? I mean, I think if we're doing that, I don't know if we really need to do a Jadon Sancho though, do we? I don't think that's necessary. We've got a few options up on that right hand side, I think. So I don't know. I just want to get a goalkeeper and a centre half. George, yeah, he might slip that out, man. Interest in Raya from Inter. You know what, man? I'm thinking that might be bollocks. I think that might be some Brentford bullshit to try and put the price up. That's what I reckon. That's what I'm hoping. See into now, Raya we can forget out. Unreal. Oh man. You know, we'll see. We'll see. He's not the only keeper in the world. We do need one. That's the thing. Derek says, I think you'd have a bit more decorum than Conte had. Speak to people involved, not supposed to. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He'll say it to his face. He'll say it to his face. You know, Ange has left every job on good terms. You know, as good terms as you can get. He's not been sacked. The only time he was sacked, I think, was when he was Australian youth coach team, and that's because the suits and clowns at Football Australia didn't understand what the bloody hell he was talking about. I mean, Australia, football is the widest participated sport in by kids, by far. But then when you get up to the more serious coaching level, and when you know kids are taking it more seriously, that's when they start going into sports like cricket, rugby league, rugby union, cricket, and there's not a leftover for football. And Ange wanted to try and change that sort of thing, and he also wanted us to make a play. Like I've said this a few times, there's a bit of a cringe factor about football in Australia. It's less so now because people like Ange and Gus Hiddink and our current coach Graham Arnold, at least from a national team point of view, are changing that perception. But prior to that, it was, you know, come on lads, we're a bit shit. Let's just try not to embarrass ourselves. Let's be pragmatic. Whereas those three managers are really attacking football. Why did I get onto that when you're talking about Conte? He's left every job under good circumstance. Yeah, now Conte was a dick when he, and I get it. It was, you know, as a fan watching it at the time, I agreed with everything he said. And maybe even at the time I thought, good on him for being public about it. But the more I look back on it, I just think, nah, man, you don't do that. I mean, he basically shat on everyone except himself. And you know, a proper football manager, I don't think does things like that, you know. Even though it's playing to the gallery, when you do things like that, that doesn't make it right. Okay, top Spurs, Brendan Rodgers' right-hand man, Chris Davies, set to join Ange Postecoglou's coaching staff at Tottenham. Where's this coming from? Is this like, you know, stuff you're pulling out your crack, or is it, you know, is it good? Which could lead to Celtic keeping assistant manager John Kennedy. Yeah, I found the whole John Kennedy thing interesting, man, because he'd been at Celtic so long. So for him to want to follow someone elsewhere when his heart and soul would have been at Celtic, that again says to me something really great about Ange Postecoglou. Chris Davies, I'm not aware of him. If Ange likes him, no, Ange likes him. Ange does whatever he wants, man. I'm getting a bit of a sore throat here. I've been talking too much. I've got to talk quieter. I feel like I've been shouting on the shelf for a few hours because I'm projecting my voice, even though I probably don't have to. I could just talk fucking normally, couldn't I? Oh, that's better. Water, eh? It's bloody brilliant. You know, even when life is a bit shit and things are getting me a little bit down, it's one thing that I always find amazing is that I can go just over there into my kitchen, turn a tap on, and you get fresh drinking water out of it. And I think, oh, well, life ain't so bad, really, is it? I think it's pretty amazing. You've got to have little mantras like that. All through my life, I've suffered from severe depression and anxiety. I'm saying that not for sympathy or anything like that. I'm just saying that that's the way some people are. Maybe someone out there is feeling a bit that way. Just to let you know that, you know, some of us are like that, man. And you can, you know, it makes life a bit tricky sometimes, but you've got to find little ways of getting through it, you know. So no sympathy or anything like that. But, you know, I just don't want to, you know, people don't understand what it's like. That's the thing. That's what the thing. You know, Australia, getting on a tangent here. In Australia, they like, you know, all the corporate companies. There's this thing called "Are You OK Day." This is how they think. Oh no, we take mental health very seriously. We've got "Are You OK Day," and on "Are You OK Day," what you should be doing is just, you know, talking to a colleague and saying, "Are you okay?" And you know what? You know what? If I was there and someone said, "Are you okay?" to me, I would say, you know what? Sometimes I get so depressed. I feel paralysed. I cannot get out of bed. And then sometimes that leads to an anxiety attack, which feels like I'm having a heart attack. And then it removes the ability for me to do anything about it. And it takes up so much energy and will to motivate myself to come to a place like this and work in a toxic environment. And all you arseholes just really get me down. Because you're all robots. You can just do all this shit. I can't. I find it really hard. And then just watch them, sort of have their cup of coffee and go, all right, that's nice to hear, Paul. So are you okay? That is a load of bullshit, because everyone fucking lies, and no one gives a shit really. Anyway, no, I'm not. That's just the way. That's just the way people are, But you know what? I'm enjoying doing this stream. This is really, keeping the old black bear at bay. I must admit, it's really good, really cool, man. I didn't think I'd be enjoying it this much. I really am. Hotspurs. Steve McGowan for the Scottish Daily Mail. How reliable? Not so sure. Released 30 minutes ago. Yeah, Daily Mail. Not so much sure. Thought you were about to always break into always look on the bright side of life. Yeah, man. Yeah. Turn your tap on, water. Fucking hell, amazing. Although I would prefer to be back in the day before we invented an all the wheel and all that sort of shit. Just sitting around a campfire next to a stream. That'd be alright too. Because it'd be free. Wouldn't have a concept of money, ownership, anything like that. We'd just fuck about. Especially like in Australia, top of the food chain, apex predator. You just, this is what the Aboriginal people used to do. You could set fire to, they clear an area of trees, right? So a fire didn't get out of control. Set fire to it, and then you just walk through barbecued animals. Hey, brilliant. They were so smart. Now we buy food packaged in plastic in a supermarket. Anyway, no politics, no politics. All right, one last look at Twitter, and then I think I might skedaddle. Probably see what you've been talking about there, Hotspurs. Okay. Pierre, this is from Spurs OTM, and they're citing Altobelli 13 and CF Bayern. Pierre-Emil Højbjerg has been discussed at Bayern and is on the list of potential midfield signings. The club has contacts with Højbjerg's agent, Pini Zahavi. Well, I'd be quite happy about that, to be honest. I think that's a player we could get some money for, and for me, he's a standard midfielder. I know a lot of people like the old Viking. For me, there's only one Viking. It's Eric the Viking Torsved. That's it. Who won an FA Cup with us? He won something. Pierre, thanks for hanging around. But I reckon if he goes, he goes. And let's get someone more exciting in. I'm licking my lips at the thought of Sarr. Or how about this for a 3? Sarr, Basuma, Bentancur. I mean, you're starting to think a bit about champagne football when you're looking at that, isn't it? Bit of champagne football. Bayern got rid of him, didn't they? Did they? Is that his history? Is that right? I didn't know. I'm not a football historian. Let me have a look. Yeah. Not that I'm doubting you, but you could just be some random nutter. I'm not going to believe everything you clowns. No. Is that right? That's interesting. Bloody hell. Well. Yeah, he played for Bayern Munich up until 2016. God, I know fuck all about football. I really do. You know, some of you guys are all over this shit, man, all over it. Bayern Munich, no, he farted around Germany for a little bit. He might go back. Okay. Well, you know, if they want him, they can have him as far as I'm concerned. Hey, Phil P, nice to see you. Oh, in the background, tripping. Yes, that's the way, man. That's the way. That's the way. Oh, sorry, it's just a Tinder match. Hotspurs. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg ain't special. Get some money for him and change it up the midfield. Yeah, too many of the same-ish players in there. Yeah, that's right. There's not, you know, like him and Skip seem to be fairly similar. So when they're playing together, it's almost like they cancel each other out. It's like I don't know. Somehow two positives become a negative with those two. I don't get it. He's much better when he plays with Bentancur, but I mean, who knows? Maybe he's dragging. He's like so Bentancur. You know, so Bentancur, like say Bentancur's ceiling. I'm disappearing. Bentancur's ceiling is up here, or whatever, and Pierre-Emile Højbjerg's here. So Bentancur makes Højbjerg play better, but maybe Højbjerg makes Bentancur play a bit shitter. So if we get someone good in there. Good in there to partner with Bentancur. I mean, that's the sort of thing I'm excited about. You know, because there's a big opinion out there that we lack creativity, and like at the moment it looks like we do. But I've just got a little inkling that, you know, we haven't been playing creative football. It's been stifled, and maybe one of those three can start doing something, you know. Okay, yeah, George, yep, he was at Bayern between 2013 and 2016. Oh, I'm having a bit of a Sanchez moment, hang on. Oh, just rest. And George says, Derek Smith says, are there any loan players coming back who might have a resurgence under Postecoglou? Well, the ones I'm seeing people talking about are Reguilon and Ndombele. See, Reguilon, I don't know, man. I kind of with Reguilon. For me, I'm kind of thinking like in the last close season when Antonio went off for an excursion to South Korea, and he left some players behind, and Reguilon was one of them, so he knew he was not in his plans. I mean, this might be a false memory. I don't know. Memory doesn't work too well, but I can remember thinking, yes, I prefer Sessegnon over Reguilon. I'm pretty sure I thought that. So I'm thinking maybe if I'm open to the idea of Reguilon, maybe it's just purely for the fact that that Sessegnon has been so useless, and Reguilon would be better than that. I don't know. Maybe I don't. Maybe other. But then you see, I haven't been watching Reguilon. If anyone's been watching Reguilon, I think he's been doing all right. You know, stick it in the comments. But I'm not so sure about him. But having said that, he's obviously better than Sessegnon turned out to be. But not good enough. I don't think he's good enough. And Ndombele, I think he's got an attitude problem. He's a bit lazy, but he is a great footballer. You know, he's got some great. He could be so good. This is the Ndombele conundrum, isn't it? He could be so good. Could it be that? Look, I'll preface all this. If Ange says yes, I'm all on. I'm all with it, right? But could it be that Ange could get something more out of him? And even if it is only for like 20, 30 minutes, a match for him to come on and change things over, because Ange is playing a game where we're running all the time, and we're putting the team under pressure all the time. We're not giving them time to think. You know, he says we never stop. If the opposition stops, that's fine. We'll take advantage of it. We'll stop at half time and we'll stop at the final whistle when we celebrate the win. But during the game, we never stop. And so you are going to see him using substitutes more. And maybe Ndombele could fit into that, where if the likes of Kulu or whoever's flagging a bit, we bring on a fresh pair of Ndombele-shaped legs, and that might be good. I'm going to find to get it. Hang on, my voice is going. I am going to find it hard to get over what he did when he strolled off the pitch at Morecambe. But if Ange wants to give him another chance, then I'll give him another chance too. You know the saying, Paul, we never stop. We never stop learning, bro. Why not do it together? Yeah, you know what, man. That's right. Silly question from Phil P. Have you been to Glastonbury? Any interesting stories from other festivals? Yes, I've been to Glastonbury, and I've been to Reading back in the day. I mean, it was a bit of a haze, to be honest. But I mean, I really enjoyed the music back in. I saw weird groups like the Sugar Cubes. I think they were at Reading. I really enjoyed like indie music and music back then, and I don't know, music these days. It might be a generation thing, but it doesn't do anything for me. EDM pushing a button. There's no soul in it. To me, a lot of music these days sounds like music, but it isn't music because there's no emotion behind it. Even back in the day, like when you had more electronic music like Gary Newman, there was something in it still, something in it. Even the Art of Noise I used to like, and that was all samples, but there was something in it. Now it's kind of algorithms, and I've said this before, but the way that hit record, you look at hit records these days. I mean, I don't even know if you know how to know what a hit record is. It was easy back in the day. You used to watch Top of the Pops on a Thursday night, or listen to Capital Radio on a Saturday, because they had slightly different charts for some reason. But that told you what was what. And when you looked at those charts, there was a real variety in the charts. You might have a bit of Julio Iglesias and I don't know, Trio with Da Da Da. It was all a mix. Joe Dolce with Shut Up Your Face, and Vienna, Ultravox with Vienna. I used to hate that song because I used to play the violin when I was a kid, and my mum and dad were always at me to practice, and I fucking hated the violin. Just wasn't the instrument for me. And Thursday evening, Top the Pops, and I'm just sitting there thinking, shit, I hope Vienna's not number one. Please don't be number one. Because in the video, there's this bit where they all start playing violins, and my dad would say, Paul, have you done your violin tonight? I'd be, oh, fucking hell. So, whatever a hit record is these days, you look at the songwriting credits, you'll see like 10 people listed there. Because it's like crowd outsourcing. They all farm it out, and they just take a bit from column A, a bit from column B. There's no continuity. There's no soul in it. And now you're even talking about like AI, and people are having a jerk off over AI and how wonderful it is, but it's not. It sounds like music, but it's fucking not, is it? It's not art. Anyway, well, that's not to say there's not plenty of good bands out there, but they're not big, I guess. I see a lot of local music whenever I can. And there's loads of great people out there, but being able to make any fucking money out of it, bloody hard gig. And then when we had lockdown over here, I'm friends with a few musos, because I play a little bit myself, and not that I'm professional or anything like that. I just play what I like with friends of mine, and the background music is all the stuff we do, so it's a mixture of, probably you'll find a lot of it to be shit, but it's proper music to me because it means something to me. And like during lockdown, a lot of these musicians were out on their ear. They just could not earn any money because they're all based on live gigs now, and there was absolutely no assistance for them. I'm not talking about rich platinum album selling musicians here. I'm talking about working musicians, and that's how they earn their money. And you know, it's sad that, you know, anytime there's an appeal for something, this charity or that charity, musicians are the first ones that are asked to give their time for nothing, which they do gladly. But when they needed a bit of a help, when they couldn't earn any money, everyone just said fuck off. So that's the world we live in. Derek, I think our club motto suits Postecoglou down to the ground. And you know what, Derek? You're going to get me on my high bloody horse here, because Tottenham Hotspur's football club motto is not to dare is to do. You know, they've dumbed it down. That's like, you know, like when ATMs first came out, it would use fancy words like withdrawal. Now, because they want to be down with everyone, they say get cash out. I prefer withdrawal to get cash out, and I prefer Audere es facere as our motto. It's Latin. That's what the boys back in the day came up with. Audere es facere. It's on our bloody. It's on my 1999 kit, for fuck's sake. Look at this. There we go. Audere es facere. All is to dare is to do. You know, I mean, okay, it's a good motto. I get it. But fuck's sake, when it's in Latin, it means you had to use your brain a bit. When you caught a bit of the Tottenham Hotspur bug, which I did when I threw up a football when I was a kid, because I wanted to, you know, I don't know how old I was little, and I thought I want to support a football team. And I just picked one at random, and my finger landed on West Ham United, and I thought, I don't like the fucking sound of that. I threw it up again, and then next one, Tottenham Hotspur. I thought, wow, that's a name that conjures up magic to me. You know, and when you get bitten by the Tottenham Hotspur Football Club bug, and you see things like Audere es facere, you kind of think, oh, what does that mean? You kind of asked around. It draws you into the club. Now it's just there, you know. It's like there's no mystique. There's no mystique about it, you know. I don't know. I was going to come up with a very, very crude analogy, but I think I won't. Fuck, my brain's a fucking sewer, man. It really is. But you know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with having a bit of class. A bit where you've got to do, you know, where you do a little bit of work to find out things. And when you do a little bit of work to find out something, like, Audere es facere, that's a weird thing. What's that mean? I'll go and find out. Oh, well, it's pronounced Audere es facere, and it means to dare is to dream. Brilliant. Oh, sorry, to dare is to do. To dare is to do. I'm seeing this fucking dare is to dream thing shit. I can fuck right off. It's to dare is to do. To dare is to do. Audere es facere. So, yes, I think that motto is right. Getting back to your point, Derek, I reckon that is Ange Postecoglou down to the ground. Great. I can feel you're getting a bit excited, Derek. George is saying Radiohead, best band for me. My favourite bands would be my first big. I still love them to this day. Talking Heads. Talking Heads are fantastic. I remember the first album I bought of theirs was Talking Heads '77. What an album! Beautiful, brilliant album. So I'd go Talking Heads. The Kinks. The Kinks are superb, even though they support Arsenal. That rubs me out the wrong way. More recent bands, not that recent, I guess. Dandy Warhols I really like. I like a bit of Oasis. I like the Beatles. I like the Beatles and I like the Rolling Stones. I like music before the year 2000, basically. Since then, it's become bollocks. Or popular music, you know, well-known music. It just doesn't do anything for me. Ed Sheeran, the fuck's that guy? Ed Sheeran, man, it's just schmaltzy, saccharine. What the fuck is he on about, that guy? You know, Coldplay, fuck off, Coldplay, bollocks. Derek, you're going to Glastonbury on Monday. Top man, top man. It's for work, taking a camper van up there for some posh festival goer. Yeah, man. Look, you know, even though the music might be, they've got to play proper instruments at Glastonbury. And fuck having Kanye West as an act there. No, you know, Kanye West's music isn't my cup of tea anyway. I like older school hip hop, but I don't like even like, you know, Public Enemy or KRS-One or Scott La Rock or Overlord X, Roxanne Shante. I wouldn't like them at Glastonbury either, even though I like them. But there's going to be a lot of kids having a lot of fun, and you know what? It's always a good vibe at a festival when people get together en masse for any music. It can't be bad, man. Can't be a bad way to spend your time. Derek saying, I mourn the loss of the novelty record. Yes. And the FA Cup finalist football songs. Yes, I'm sad. Yeah. No, you're not sad. You're not sad, man. I want. If we get to a bloody cup final this year, unfortunately we can't have Chaz and Dave anymore. But I think Dave is still going, is he? I think Chaz is the one that passed on. God bless his soul. But yeah, fucking something. And don't make it too cool for school. The whole idea of a bloody football record is supposed to be a bit shit, a bit corny. It's supposed to be hot shot Tottenham, the football connoisseurs. Everybody knows we are the Super Spurs or something. Or poor old Chaz and Dave. They came out of the blocks with a gold medal winning performance with Aussie's dream, and it's hard to live up to that. They gave it a good go, but we're hot shot Tottenham. Yeah, I know, man. Always lucky. Actually, I quite like those. First Spurs win a year ends in one. We first won a cup when a century begun. Beautiful stuff. More of that. Dare Us to Win. Yeah, Depeche Mode. Yeah, early electronic. Yeah, perfectly good. Oh, John Lee. Oh, you get me on the blues, man. I love the blues. I absolutely love the blues. One, it's easy to play 12-bar blue. See, the thing about the blues is, the more you listen to it, it's all the same, but it's all different every time because there's real emotion in it. That's what I love about the blues, man. When you're playing it, if you just let it all out, it becomes something special. Probably from the roots of where it grew up. Predating jazz. Out of the days of slavery. And you had people like Leadbelly. Robert Johnson. I did a road trip across America, and I went down the Blues Highway through Mississippi, and I saw the crossroads where legend has it Robert Johnson sold his soul to the devil in Clarksdale, Mississippi, to become the best guitar player on earth. And there's such richness around there. Going around to some of the Duke joints around there, it was brilliant. I do love the blues, man. It is fantastic. It's perfect. There we go. Phil's more modern here. Stone Roses, Charlatan's great. I've seen them live actually in Sydney a couple of times. They were out here recently, and brilliant, man. And I love it the way they finish their sets with Sproston Green. It's a real good way to finish a concert. Yeah, Charlatan's brilliant. I met the Charlatans as well. I don't want a big note myself, just like just check. Yeah, just making sure my gold medal hasn't been stolen, but I don't like to talk about that. That's for another day. Beastie Boys, fantastic. Pulp, yeah, all good. Chaz and Dave, brilliant. And Jacob's here. Hello, Jacob. Jacob, nice to see you. Or is it Michael? Nice to see you. Jacob, United Stars of America is America's #1. Here we go. Let's bring it up again. Let's just flash it. Then it'll get people's attention, won't it? Advanced advertising techniques. No, United States. It's America's #1 Tottenham channel. John Lee Hooker, next level, man. Yeah. In fact, I'll tell you what. As a little treat. I'll plug my own music here. Now, look, bear in mind, I'm not professional. I'm just doing this for shits and giggles. But I reckon we did an all-right version of Fire Down Below. And, in this clip I'll send you, just watch the first song. And I had to keep hammering the bass while everyone was fucking around, flicking switches and stuff like that. But I think we did all right in the end. So let me just find if I can find that. Might as well put it in. I've got another channel. It's really just where me and friends swap ideas and shit. So don't. I'm talking it down because it's a personal thing. But I am quite proud of a lot of the stuff we've done, actually. I like it. Whether you'll like it or not, maybe not, I don't know, but let's have a look. The song Spatche Music Collective. Oh god, this is so fucking unweird. No, don't play it, don't play it. I didn't ask you to play it, I just want to go to the channel. So I don't make everyone deaf. Where is it? Here we go. So there is a load of old shite on it, and there's even a load of old shite that, you know, I think is how you're going, but it's just swapping ideas and shit. So, here we go. Oh, God, I'm so shit at this. There we go. Oh, I've got to get in the other chat box now. Fuck. Fuck technology. Oh, fuck, I haven't even got... What? What? I haven't even got a chat box open, have I? Bollocks. Oh, did I close the chat box? That means I won't be able to see chat. Hang on, hang on. Oh. Oh, the frustration. Oh, no, hang on, it's going to be in here, isn't it? There it is, I found it. There's the chat box. I was looking in the wrong thing. There we go. So there we go. That's me and some mates. That's just us jamming along, really. We don't practice playing songs. I don't like practice playing other people's songs. I just like getting up and having a go and see what happens. But we used we had a bit of fire down below there, and I quite like it. I quite like that way, the way we did. Whoa, Chef's Kiss, Pesh Mode every time, every song a winner. Yep, that was a cool band. You make me blush. Oh, dude. You know, you need to get some more testosterone. You know, I've seen it. Don't they have barbers where you come from, boy? Nah, man. No, I enjoy your channel, Jacob. I really do. I think it's a really top-notch one. I really enjoy the vibe you have going there. And even though you're often streaming when I'm asleep, I do catch up and watch afterwards. So it's nice. I saw the one you did the other night with Colin. I thought and then you're going to have Alex on, and then it ended, but I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I just like seeing people get excited about Spurs. Phil P is looking like he's a bit of a friend of the Stars. I met Tim Burgess from the Charlatans back in the 90s when I was waiting to pick my mate up from the fish counter at Sainsbury's in Camden Town. He had the coolest handshake ever. Gracious guy. Yeah, but back when I was at Sheffield Uni, I didn't go to any lectures, but I was involved with the entertainments committee, and I met the Charlatans, and they were really nice guys. Really nice guys. Counter. Oh yeah, I can't read ahead, man. And there you go. That's fired down below. That's my version of it. There you go. Technology is more than a bitch, Derek. It's more than a bitch. I'll tell you what, Jacob, you hang on. Making you blush. Hang on. I'll subscribe. I'm not after subs. You know, if you want to, you want to. But you know, that's just a small little thing I get a lot of enjoyment out of. But you know, if you want to subscribe, you can. But I'm not looking to grow that or anything like that. It's the place I want to grow. Stop milking some of those fucking YouTube, Google dollars out of shit, you know. So, and who knows, like before long, you know, I'll be just joining the crowd with everyone else saying, this stream has been sponsored by Shave Your Balls, you know. Shave your balls. That's it. Everyone's shaving their balls today. It's the new trend. Having your scrotum look like a pair of Telly Savalas's hanging out your boxers, you know. Whereas I say, fuck all that, I'm ZZ Top and I'm ZZ Bottom, and that's the way it's going to stay. Derek says, I think it's advisable to have as broad a spectrum of... yeah, when it comes to music, why not, man? You know, there's so much out there. That's the beautiful thing about it, you know. I'd say like the only genres the only genre I really can't get my head around and get into is R&B. Because R&B to me, it means rhythm and blues. It means bloody Chuck Berry. Whereas now it's all just, you know, chicks shaking their ass in your face. Which, you know, no idea. You're jamming now, mate. Have you got an instrument as well? You know, mine's my lovely, that's too far away to walk. Actually, I do have to turn the heating down because it's getting hot in here. Here she is. Here she is. This is my lovely. I've disappeared again. Come back from the void. Maybe if I lie back, am I going to materialise? It's not going to let you show off. It's not going to do it. Why does it think this is part of the background? This is the most important. There we go. Here she is. This is my beautiful Fender Rascal, and her name's Loretta. It's got 3 lipstick pickups in a Stratocaster formation because I like it. It gives you a bit of twangy sound. You can get so many different sounds out of this. You can make it sound like a double bass, or you can make it sound like a punk synthesizer. And the strings I use are flat wound strings. I don't like round strings because they sound a bit jangly for me. Everyone uses round wound strings these days. I think they were first made popular by John Entwistle in The Who, and everyone uses them now. But I just like. Probably if I'm digressing here, I'll get back to Spurs in a second. Stick around. Pretend this is an advert break. Pretend I'm selling some shave your balls crap or something, or NordVPN, or you know. Fucking hell, I'm fed up with hearing all those. I know people have got to earn a quid, I'm not blaming them. But, you know, and if they earn... No, I don't fucking... But the problem with round wound strings is because they've got gaps in it and you've got to change them. And do it. With flat wound, you just never have to change them, man. I've forgotten who said it. It might have been Jim Jefferson. He says the funk is in the gunk. Don't clean your strings. The funk is in the gunk. Yeah, who loves you, baby? You know? I mean, it'd be pretty scary if you had a couple of lollipops popping out as well. Jacob, R&B is love making music. I could tell you're a slow, sort of, you know, sensual guy that kind of leaves you feeling a bit hollow like R&B does. I like a bit of, I don't know, I can't even spell sex, let alone spell it. Nighty nights, Phil. I'm going to listen while I drift off. Huge love, people. The mighty cockerel, yeah, the mighty cock will rise again one day, maybe sooner rather than later, under Ange. The whole of North London, the whole of London, the whole of England is just going to be in the shadow of this great big cock rising again. Brilliant, Phil. Thanks for coming around. George, no, I wish I could play. Well, the only way to play is to start, man. The only way to play is to start. And then you start off and you're shit, and then you get a bit better as time goes on. It's the way it works. Beautiful guitar. Yeah, thanks, Phil. I love it. I love it. Most people play like I even like the headstock here. Look at the headstock. So, look at this. Where is it? Come up. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. It's got a bit warm now. I left it in front of the heater. I shouldn't be doing shit like that. It's not warping though. Beautiful maple neck, Coronado style headstock. I've lost my nicotine supplement. I'm going to start panicking a second. There we go. Yeah, a lot of people will play Fender jazz basses or precision basses, which are, you know, fine instruments. But, you know, if you do want to start playing an instrument, get an instrument that you love, I reckon, because I've got a Squier Precision, which I really very occasionally played. I never really got any decent proficiency, but I really wanted to do it, and I bought this a few years ago, and I love the way it sounds, and I love the way I can make it sound. So, you know, buy cheap, you buy twice. Paul, can I have an autograph before you come for rap and grime? All right, we'll have one last look on Twitter. I've said this a few times, and then I think I might wrap up because I've been going a while, haven't I? I've enjoyed it though. It's been a lot of fun, man, folks. Excuse me, I forgot I was in polite company there. All right, let's have a look. Anything happening? Doopy 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 doo. But I think we're up to date on the baseless speculation news. All right, folks. Well, I've had a really good. Oh, I'm disappearing again. What's happening? Come on. Focus, and I can become a material being again. Here we go. There we go. See, I'm losing my concentration. I've been going so long. I'm just fading away onto another plane. Fucking hell, come on. Do I have to sit forward? Will that make me appear? I'll move around. I'm a shadow of my former self, aren't I? Oh, here we go. Beam me up, Scotty. Here we go. Here we go. Ah, I'm back. Fucking hell, that was hard work. Think you need to watch a few YouTube videos on how to max. Yeah. I do have something I can use as a green screen, but I'd have to set that up at the other end of the couch, you know. So I'm using this background thing, and really this is about as good as I can get it. You know, I know I fade in and out of reality sometimes, but some of the other algorithms and settings make it even when I fade in and out, to my eye, it's easier on the eye than being surrounded by a harsh line that's all blurry and jagged. You know, I'd rather fade in and out. Anyway, so that's the way I'm doing it. Spurs' very own music channel. You know, a few weeks ago, I wrote actually the words for a song about Postecoglou, and I had a mate round who plays rhythm guitar, and I was thinking we might be able to knock something. I'll tell you what a good song is. I'll tell you what. Look, that's for another day. I don't want to shoot my load straight away. But there are about, I think there's 3 songs that we've actually done on the channel, which I really like. But so and I was thinking we're gonna, you know, let's jam around these words and see what we can come up with. But you know, they got away from us. You know, there's no point in having hard and fast rules about this sort of thing. Just like having a few mates round with you. Absolutely. Oh no, man. No, there's no place for old silly internet bollocks here. There really isn't. I'm not up for any of that stuff. Really am not. And can I click that? Yes, Hotspurs. All right. Well, I think I will call it a day there. But thank you very much for your company, everyone. I'm going to go out and I'm going to do a bit of fishing today because I've got a bit of chicken breast that has passed its sell-by date, and I might as well see if I can swap it for fresh fish. Never works, but I'll have a go, and I'll see how I feel about doing another stream a bit later on tonight when the sun sets. I'll see how we go. But thanks for coming around.